let's check in on our players and let's switch screens. And let's pause the music. The transition. Hello. Hey. Welcome, everybody, to episode 12. Episode 12. 12 weeks. That's 3 months of D&D.
It's Saturday night.
Sunday.
Saturday night. D&D.
Where are you? Saturday would be like different part of the world, I'm pretty sure.
And thank our special guest, Frosted Flakes.
We are episode 12 of D&D. We got a new graphic art, up for the campaign here that I created and threw together.
For that chat, so please,
yes, I paid a lot of money for that. One subscription to Incarnate and hours of work. But just kind of put that together, kind of have a cool little graphic overlay here on the episode for when we get just talking or doing certain things for now.
That's an important question that
yes.
I don't know if you want to answer about this graphic overlay that you didn't hear.
Okay.
Box, would you like to ask this question or me?
I thought he answered it.
Hmm.
I actually don't think he heard. Whenever you asked him, I'm pretty sure he either muted or.
Yes. What was the question?
It was in regards to the blood splatter on the map, if it had any story significance or if it was a design.
The blood splatter on the map. Well, I mean, it's. I mean, maybe.
What have we done?
Maybe there's some foreshadowing in the blood splatter. Maybe it just was a cool feature.
We got to avoid the woods and the castle.
Maybe it was there's death everywhere the blood is touching. No, I don't know.
Has started.
Or maybe this was just a map that was in someone's pocket and now it's been stained with blood.
Now there's a bunch of zombies rising, scourge, and we having a thing call out to them.
I mean, y'all opened the gate to the Outlands and now hundreds of horde are pouring through.
My God. The dark photo.
Yeah, so no, maybe some foreshadowing in the picture here and there. I mean, down in the bottom corner we got the king. We got a boat with some, fish. We got some justice scales. We got different things. I don't know. Take what you will from it. He's a what?
There's a pony.
There's a pony?
In the top left.
There's a pony. Yeah, a pony with a knight on it. Some of it's just busy. Some of it is foreshadowing. Who knows? Who really knows at this point? Do you know? 'Cause I don't know. Not like I created it or anything,
Well, nobody knows. We're talking it up.
This
is an unsolved mystery.
But anyways, we are on episode 12. We have one more episode before we wrap up this brief stint that we've had. So it's been 3 amazing months with 2 episodes left in this mini campaign, you could say, or prelude, if you wish, to a lot of good things we have planned here within this little community we're starting to build for D&D and that we call the roll call. So we're just getting it going. And there's a lot to do and a lot to discover and learn, and this is just the beginning. So don't be sad that this is coming to a conclusion. This is just the beginning. We need to do a recall of last week, right?
A recall,
Yeah.
A roll call.
A recall of last week. Last week, our heroes found themselves in Bell Farms after they traveled across the entire continent of Esmix looking for the jewel of the Nile, the Jod. And they found themselves in Bell Farms, where they found the jewel, and then they slept. Or they dreamed, and they dreamed nightmares. They thought they were dreaming, thought they were getting a nice, good rest, and instead, the nightmares kept them from resting good. And they ended up with nightmares and disturbed sleep, and they woke up in Bell Farms, and they ended up talking with Sarai for a good while there at Bell Farms, and she answered a lot of their different questions that they had, as they had many questions. Sarai was able to answer some of their questions about Bartleby's past, or who he may have been once upon a time, or other questions about who she was and what she was doing there. And they discovered and learned she was an exalted that was basically at Bell Farms in servitude almost to her god and her deity to create beautiful and delicious food for humans and others to partake in. And so that was kind of her purpose, and she had found her purpose there. And while they were having this long, drawn-out conversation where they just learned a lot of different tidbits of information, they then went and the borders got attacked. The port there at Bell Farms was attacked. It's a small little port. It's just a small farming village, but some pirates came in, knowing that this place was of high reputation and the food there was amazing and such. They saw it as a keen location to attack. So they attacked, and our party defended them off and killed the pirate captain that was in charge of the pirate ship. The pirate ship was heavily damaged, and so they decided to get the ship fixed in case they decided they wanted to use the ship. If they wanted to get in and get on the ship and sail away, maybe as another avenue to get back home to Eldergate. The party was trying to figure out how the best path would be, whether to go back through the woods, to go south towards where Effix was, and see if they couldn't find her to deliver the mushrooms that they owe, or whether they wanted to travel all the way north. They were a little bit split on what they wanted to do, and now they have a new option that they have to decide between. Do they want to get on a boat and sail around and hopefully find their way that way? So they have different options, and they have begun to rest again at Bell Farms. Our party are now all level 5 OOC and have become stronger and better with the gifts that Sarai has bestowed upon them. The party also found out that Lita was not human after all. Lita herself was a changeling and was able to be something different, that she was hiding who she was. They also saw great power in Lita, and some are curious about it perhaps. Some may have not even noticed it, but she exhibited great power, and some now don't trust her, perhaps, because of she hasn't been forthright or honest with them about things. I know Lorik, for one, was just confused about the lies that he just keeps discovering, people telling him all these different lies, and it's confusing as him and his culture and his history. Lying was seen as one of the most dishonorable things you could do. So there's a lot to unravel between the party, but now they awake, or they find themselves at Bell Farms to awake to a new day. They have the Jot in hand. They have several options. Several different paths lay before them. And that is where we pick up episode 12. And the day breaks. What do we do?
We become king of the pirates.
I'm gonna get up and flex my new level 5 muscles.
Hell yeah. Flex those level 5 muscles.
We partied to this obvious Christmas song that's playing in the background.
Yeah. Also, I look like standard version of Lita again.
Okay.
The sassy bard version.
Okay, so she changes back and becomes her
Yeah.
old version that she is most comfortable with demonstrating to the world around her.
And I will wander on down to have, I suppose at this point it would be dinner.
Yes. We took an afternoon rest, right?
Yeah.
Where do we?
It was we had like a brunch pirate fight, so
Yes.
Well, we will.
Oh, what is your question?
I was gonna ask where we slept.
Well, you basically just you kind of squat holded for
Took us-
about 4 to 6, probably 6 hours, I guess would be the appropriate time for a long rest. There,
siesta.
there at the tavern. Yeah, you were exhausted from the fight. You were also very wounded, a lot of you, from the fight, and so kind of just rested there inside the tavern. And some of you maybe sought solitude. Some of you maybe stayed in the tavern, but the rooms were available to you should you wanted it.
Yeah, no, I went up and slept in a room, and now I'm back down for dinner.
Pivy would be still sleeping pretty heavily after all the action and the excitement, I think. He
Okay.
took a pretty rough beating against that pirate group, too.
Did he maybe just go out and find a nice tree to sleep under, or did he go to a room?
Yeah. If he would have stayed close enough to the party, somewhere safe enough where he could lick his wounds, because he did take a pretty decent thrashing against that pirate battle up close and personal, and was pretty exhausted afterwards. Even so much so where he passed out, I think, mid conversation after figuring out who the new character was, quote unquote.
Okay, that's fair. So Poofy just, after the party has a conversation and decides to rest, Poofy wanders outside the tavern and finds a nice tree, maybe sets up a nice little hammock and sleeps there, resting in the afternoon, letting his wounds naturally heal.
Yeah, well, Bartleby's gonna, after waking up, after, resting for a good bit, he's gonna go down to the docks and assist with the boat repair, quote unquote.
Okay.
I'm gonna send a super secret message to the DM.
All right.
The dumb bird boy will be
Oh.
sitting in his room, and he'll now wrap his hand around the he'll stick his hand into the satchel he has, reach into the worm bag and pull out the jot and put it in the right satchel again, this time that now everyone thinks is empty.
So you reached in and grabbed it with your hand.
He's like putting his hand like through the satchel so he is holding it, but there's like a medium between them.
Okay.
But yeah, yes, he could be grabbing it, yeah.
Okay. At any point during this, would he glimpse it?
What the hell's going on?
Glimpse it, huh?
Would he take? Would he see it? It's a large jewel. Did you have it covered the entire time?
I feel like at some point, he does have to be certain it's the jewel that we're after. Of course, it would be unwise
How
not
about
to
this?
just take a.
He tries.
A peek.
Well, we'll give you an opportunity. He tries to move it without seeing it, right? So without letting it infect his mind. So do a sleight of hand to see if you're able to move it easily between bags.
I'm probably the slightest
Oh,
of
I
hand
know.
there ever. Oh, all right, I'm middling.
Did you roll? Okay. All right. So you attempt to move it. Roll Constitution for me.
Saving throw or just?
Yeah, do a saving.
Oh, natural 20. Not today, John.
So Lorik, as he moves the jewel, he's able to grab it pretty well and get a nice grip on it using the bag, and he moves it into the other satchel, the one that was empty before. While doing so, it starts to slip in his hand, and he steadies it. And while steadying it, he does catch a glimpse of it and see that it's still the Jod. But unlike last time, his mind has grown a little bit stronger to its initial powers or magic that arcana that flows within it, and he puts it away, and it doesn't really bother him too much, so he doesn't think about it. He puts it away inside the bag.
Lastly, I use my fingers to open up the bag of worms. Are they all dead? Did the Jod kill my worms?
No, your worms are fine.
They're not depressed looking. I don't know how depressed worms could look.
No, worms don't have high enough intelligence to really be affected.
So the way to make myself immune to the effects of the gem is to become dumb as worm.
Pretty much.
After that, he's gonna collect his stuff, and he's gonna head out and look for a working out Poofy, because that's what he's used to. But Poofy's nowhere to be found.
Okay. So you don't see him right away.
Only in the mornings. Only morning routines.
What are we? Lita is changing back into her rightful form, and what else does she may be doing?
Oh, I've gone down to have dinner.
Okay.
Would I see Lork passing through?
You would probably see Lork exiting the building, yeah.
Does he just straight up exit, or does he come back after not being able to find Poofy, or?
He tilts his head up and away from you when he's walking by.
Damn.
No. There you go. He kind of snubs you as he walks out the door, not wanting to really make eye contact with you or acknowledge
She
you.
orders a pastry. And begins to eat the pastry along with her more healthy dinner food.
Okay. So, Poofy's outside. He's sleeping in a hammock. After Lorik searches for a while and is unable to find her, he finally sees. You would finally find him, as he did not go too far from the tavern. So you would stumble upon him.
Booby!
I think about force feeding him the Jod, because for some reason I've become convinced feeding someone the Jod is what I have to do. But, I'm gonna push him. I'm gonna make him rock on the hammock.
Booby! Booby! We need your input.
5 more minutes.
What color do we make the bow?
Float.
I'll make sure it's done.
I'm gonna head down to the dock.
So
Surprise, surprise.
you asked him what?
What color to make the boat, and he just replied, float. I'm gonna tell him the boat needs to float.
Okay. So as Lorik gets that from Poofy, he starts to head towards the dock, where he encounters Bartleby.
Yeah, how's it going?
Oh, it's fine. I just have to make sure they know that the boat has to float.
Oh, yeah. It is right now, if you look at it. But, check that out. Look what they're painting there.
Hands above eyes, looking in direction. What are they painting?
And on the boat, you see a giant albatross-looking symbol painted into the hole, on the side of the hull of the boat.
Yeah, isn't that beautiful, really?
Bartleby, you're so kind. But I'm not the captain. You don't have to paint me on the side.
Oh, that one's white. If you're albino, I guess that'd be you.
I used to be.
Oh, well. Okay. Bartleby's just going to continue helping to paint and supervising.
So as you'll notice, they're basically painting Bartleby's symbol that he has on his cloak on the side of the ship.
And make sure it floats.
You see, it's important. That way, if someone tries to steal it, we can say, yeah, that's the boat. And then, it'll be ours,
Yeah, I don't think there's many other bird people out here.
Yeah, not really, no.
What if they ask, why is it not red?
I'll say because it's cheaper.
Lorik nods along. That seems reasonable.
So are we actually going to be sailing this thing all the way down south and then back up towards the swamp? Bartleby?
Yeah.
Are we going to be sailing this thing all the way down south and then back up towards the swamp?
Yeah, I figure, or I could just, lift it out of the water and then, invade a town with it or something. Never mind, that's ridiculous. Who could ever do that?
I don't think anyone would like that.
Yeah, I don't think anyone would like that at all, really. I think that
Boats aren't meant to fly, they're meant to float.
Yep, I tell ya.
I was thinking, this might just be because I've been surrounded by liars and thieves recently. But what if we just sail away from his death and we keep the gem?
I'm 100% on board.
All right, that's half the group. Now we just have to convince the liar and Poofy.
Yeah, I think the liar might be more...
Does she count as 2 votes?
I don't know. Does she think different when she's in their different forms?
They were acting different.
Or maybe because she's, only half of 2 people, and the second person is around a quarter of a person, really, considering they have no pigment or anything like that. I'd say she's 75% of a person.
So she doesn't get a vote?
Yeah.
Okay. What if... Listen, she probably won't be wanting to do it, but if she doubts every decision she makes, she will be okay with doing it.
I like the way you're thinking there. We make her hold the Jad.
The perfect plan.
I got an idea. We put it in her drink.
How big is the jar again? Like,
The Jod
This thing,
is
like,
about a
mere
hand. It's about the
football.
size of a baseball. It's a decent sized gem.
Yeah, just wanted to put that in perspective for a second.
It's not like a little ring diamond. This thing's got some girth and weight to it.
I don't think her jaw's unhinged.
They might. We gotta convince her to become a snake. And then it'll be easy.
Can we set the bird on fire? Make it look better.
Yeah, no, because if you set it on fire, the boat would not float, so...
You're right, that was Poofy's one specification.
Yeah, it's like, yeah, as you said, that's the one thing he wanted, so, I think it's perfect, as soon as it's finished, yeah, it's great.
Okay.
Lork's just gonna plop himself down and think about how to force the Jod onto someone.
It come to this.
Stoop out. She must be stopped. That's how.
So y'all sit there and ponder on what to do a little bit, and starting to pass. The sun has it's gone past noon. It's starting not to set yet, but the evening's getting a little bit lower, and the colors in the sky are starting to turn a little bit to like a reddish hue.
Is anybody coming back into the tavern for food?
Poofy would, but he was very, very injured and resting heavily.
All
We're doing
right.
pretty low in that fight.
Well, I am going to wrap up my dinner, pun a drink, and my super tasty pastry, and wander outside. Do I see a giant white bear in a hammock?
You would. You'd find him pretty easily, as you are a very perceptive person.
I'll go over there and actually repeat what Lorik did and give him a little push in the hammock to make him swing. Hey, Poofy.
I already said Lorik float.
All right, not sure what to make of that one, but okay. I will leave him and wander. Yeah, wander towards town.
Oh. Like
Taking
one
my
sleepy
time.
one sleepy eye as she's walking away. Oh, Lita, I thought you were Lorik.
No, although I can see how the red hair and everything might similar there. How are you feeling?
Tired. All that excitement from fighting a pirate captain and kind of points to one kind of red patch of fur around his abdomen. One of them got me pretty good. But I'm
Yeah.
alright. I'm feeling a lot better. I should be back to 100 real soon. I saw Lorik come by. He was talking about the boat and float or something.
Oh, I wonder, were you guys thinking of taking the boat around or?
I think he said he was going to the docks.
Should we go see what he's up to?
Yeah. I've slept as long as I can. Poofy hops out of the hammock and kind of slowly trots over towards Lita to join up with her.
Yeah,
Shall we?
I'll wait for Poofy and then say, sure. Let's go check things out. Think they've patched it up by now?
I don't know. Maybe. It was pretty damaged.
It was, but they seem really industrious around here.
Can I be honest with you, Lita?
Sure, what's up?
Poofy kind of smiles and squints at her. I'm not used to being, I'm not used to being around another person who kind of looks like me. You're all white.
What was all right? Back. I'm currently back in my usual.
Oh, you switched back?
Yeah.
Damn it.
No.
Well.
She switched back almost like immediately.
Okay, I didn't know if you stayed.
But
then I'll just be referring to her before she switched back.
Yeah, not many people get to see that side of me. Usually, kind of keep it tucked away. Makes people uncomfortable.
What made you change back? I kind of liked it.
I mean, the short answer is people don't trust changelings. It's a lot better if I just look like this.
What do you mean? Poofy kind of scratches his head as he's walking alongside her. I've
I
never met a
mean-
changeling until now, at least that I know of.
Oh, that's just it. You wouldn't know unless they chose to tell you. Changelings can look like any sort of humanoid-ish form within reason. But that's why people don't trust them. They could pretend to be anyone. I mean, we can look the same and sound the same, although obviously we wouldn't know the same information.
Poofy's eyes kind of get real big. You mean you can look exactly like me?
You know, that is an excellent question. I would have to try. I don't know. I think you're much, much larger than me, and I have to kind of stick within the same, appropriate human-ish range.
I'm sure you could do it. Give it a shot. I want to see you look like me.
Are you
I got an
what?
idea.
What size are you? Are
Maybe
you
you can-
medium sized or large sized?
I'm 8 foot.
Yeah, but like,
He's actually considered medium still, I believe.
let me look.
you know, I think I could turn into a smaller version of you, but I wouldn't be able to hit the height.
I'm not sure. I'd have to look into that if I'm medium or large, but
But yeah, no, you'd be too tall for me. I could be a short you, but not the real you.
oh, I was hoping we could play a game and see if Bartleby and Laura could guess which one's us or which one's me, which one's you.
Okay, that would actually be an amazing game.
I know. Maybe, I don't know. Maybe, is there a way you can shrink me?
No, I don't have that kind of magic.
Okay. What if you stood on some really tall shoes or something and then changed? Or wait, what if we just sat down somewhere so we were
Actually,
the same height?
You know what? Here, come here. Let me study you for just a moment here. And I'm gonna do slow walk around Poofy, you know, taking him in, making note of little, like, you know, if he's got any little scars or any, you know, different colorations in his fur, his stance, his posture, all of that. And then, yes, I will change into Poofy so long as you are also still medium sized.
Okay.
Yeah. I now look like Poofy.
Oh my goodness, it's you! Wait, it's me! Poofy!
I just point at him. And with the same voice that Poofy has, like it's literally it's you. It's you on camera.
It's you on camera!
That was me talking to you, but yeah. Yeah, and I'm absolutely like mimic him, pointing at him, being like, "It's you, it's me."
Oh my goodness!
Spider-Man.
Poofy, I mean Lita, this is so perfect! We look exactly the same! And Poofy grabs the other Poofy's paws, like with his paws, and kind of like puts them up in the air and is like bouncing up and down, like dancing, cheering. And kinda,
Yeah,
like,
yeah, I'm
laughing.
going along with it. And you notice that, like, you know, it's not you, but it's a pretty good imitation of you, bouncing around, like, want to go see if we can see if they can tell who's the real Poofy.
Damn right I do, but first, you gotta do one thing for me.
What's that?
Repeat after me.
Repeat after me.
My name is Whitefur D. Poofy.
My name is Whitefur D. Poofy.
And I'm gonna be king of the pirates.
And I'm gonna be king of the pirates.
It's perfect. Let's go.
Surprised you
Let's
didn't punch him for
go.
saying that.
And as I say, let's go, I kind of like do the Arnold Schwarzenegger and the other guy handshake from the Predator with two paws, and then give like
The forearm clasp.
Yeah, the
just like
forearm
grabbing
clasp.
each other.
yeah, stare at each other down, and then give like a nod and like a sly wink, and then we start heading off towards our next battle.
All right, going down to the docks.
All right, so you two head on down to the docks where find the other two at the boat, and they're there kind of talking, and Bartleby is actively involved in making sure that they're getting his emblem just right. He's even participating, helping him paint a little bit.
Yeah. Oh, how's it going?
Do we just walk up on him?
Yeah.
behind you, you see a shadow of two towering, giant, 8-foot figures of massive hulking form. This is the most alpha, beautiful specimen of a pirate polar bear you've ever seen. Poofy. White-furred day Poofy. In the flesh, but two of them.
Oh. That's new.
Did you go back to the woods?
And prior to this, Poofy had leaned in on the way and said, just repeat everything I say exactly as I say it. And to lead it before walking into this.
Okay. For time and whatever's sake, we can just say that I'm doing that.
Yeah.
Or if you want, I can attempt to do the voice.
Either whatever you want to do.
Role play it out.
Sure.
Hell yeah.
Well. Didn't expect to see two of me, did ya?
Didn't expect to see two of me, did ya?
Poofy stands there grinning. I come with a challenge. Before we leave Bell Farms, you two gotta guess which one is the real me.
Okay. You want to go first, Lorik?
Yeah, no, I have a really easy way.
But
Yeah, I also have a really easy way.
if you're wrong, you can't sail on the ship.
Okay. But I'm
Walking over to either Poofy. I'll start with the left one, and I'm going to immediately look for the compass in their pocket.
Which one's
Would
the
you
left
allow
one?
for him to start digging around in your pocket, Poofy?
Oh, not a chance.
Okay.
I would he even approach the right one? Is there
If he's approaching the
Everyone's
left
on the
one, you're on the
left.
left right now to him. So he
I'm on
would
the
be
left?
approaching you, yes.
Okay.
Oh, my head.
I would swat his hand away and I'd be like, no touchy, only guessing.
That wasn't part of the rules.
And Lita would, I guess, mimic.
I would just say, that's
yeah.
cheating. You can't do that.
It's
then-
time
and
I
then
break
just-
out the big spell then.
Just like that. The two Poofies are gonna walk around the corner, do some shuffling, and then walk back around the corner.
They don't appear to have changed at all.
Yeah, all right. No, watch how a master does this. All right.
Okay.
All right. Hey, Poofy, catch this lightning fast. And then he's going to throw Nut past the Poofies.
Okay, are you going to both attempt to catch it?
I'm going to attempt to punch it out of the air.
I too will attempt to punch it out of the air.
Okay, both of you roll a roll. Let's see. I want to say,
Acrobatics.
yeah, almost like a athletics maybe. I think that's more of an
Okay.
athletic move, trying to intercept with a punch. So Lita, as you both punch in the air, Lita Poofy actually punches it and it out of the air, and Nut falls into the water.
All right.
Wait,
He's not dead.
That would be dead, yes.
wait.
Damn it.
He'd be floating his little corpse in the water.
What did I
That
say
one- that one's
became...
Poofy.
What did I say when I became Froglick? Answer me!
I don't remember.
I don't remember.
You would remember! Either of you!
I'm looking for one of them to be telling the truth. I'm trying to incite them right now. One of these guys remembers
All
what
right,
I yelled.
roll insight. You would have a feeling the one on the right was only saying he doesn't remember because the one on the left said it.
He repeated every word I said when I was frogling.
I don't even remember the name now. Frogek?
It was
Lorog?
It was Frick. I think it was like Frick.
Frick.
Or something.
Freck. Yeah.
I'm gonna get up in his face and stare him in the eyes for like 30 seconds, just like an inch away from him.
Not a chance. You're like a foot shorter than me.
You're right. I'm gonna pull over a large rock and stand on top of it. I'm gonna pull over a barrel because we're on the dock to like stand on it and just stare him in the eyes for like 30 seconds just to make sure.
Okay, so you sit there and you stare at him.
I can't tell. All I know is that whichever one's real is a worse friend. He would have remembered.
Oh. Guilt tripping Poofy.
Who stays stern?
Poofy stays stern because despite Poofy being someone who knows his friends can rely on him, he also knows when that time is, and this is a game. And he likes games. So he's sticking to the game.
All right, I'm cheating.
Oh,
What did
your eyes, they're aglow.
Okay, I have a question then. Lita, does your changeling, the changeling form actually doesn't use any magic, right?
No, it does
That's
not.
who you are.
It is a natural ability.
So as you cast Detect Magic around you, you sense quite a bit of arcana around you, actually. A heavy glow of aura coming from Auric. You sense a hint coming from Poofy deep down in his pocket. You also feel a faint glow around Lita as coming from her satchel that she kind of has in her pocket of Poofy. So both of the Poofies that you see would kind of have a small little aura from their bags.
All right.
All right. Well, I was looking for a specific sort of thing. I wasn't looking to see the changeling change. I was looking for the compass.
Right, and you would sense a faint aura around his pockets.
All right. I'm gonna go for one of the pockets. I think that one's Poofy.
Well, they both have a faint aura,
Damn it.
as Lita herself is carrying some magical items.
I need you both to like get back to back for me. Like really close, because what I'm about to do is small. Okay?
Okay.
Okay.
All right, I'm gonna take like
Back to
13
back.
paces back, and then I'm going to raise my hands to the fucking sky, and the clouds will part and reveal the moon. I'm gonna slam them with a fucking moonbeam.
Oh no!
I need you both. I need you both to make a saving throw.
Constitution.
Yeah, and shape changers have disadvantage when it comes to this saving throw.
Damn.
Oh my god.
Is it Constitution?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Jesus.
All right, fantastic.
So Lord
You
steps
both
down
take
from the
14
barrel,
damage.
makes them stand next to each other. Makes them stand next to each other, reaches up his little wings and his hands into the sky, and down comes this blast of pale light from the sky that hits both Poofy and Lita as they stand there. And both of them feel pain as it courses through their body, and it causes Lita to lose her shape-shifting form as she once again stands there looking like a changeling.
How much damage
Wait.
did it do?
Does it?
14.
Isn't that what it does?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Shape
it reverts
changes
you to
make
your
it a
original
disadvantage. This is the spell
Yeah,
I've been coding
yeah,
about
yeah.
using on
So-
shape changers.
And
Oh
this
my God,
moonbeam
yes.
comes down, and it's just this glow that's on the line, and it's persistent. It's not like it's a flash; it stays there on the ground, like the light, the beam of light stays as like a cylinder.
That's the real Poofy.
and you both took 14 points of damage, or does he take half?
We both failed the spell save.
Oh, yeah,
we both
true.
failed.
We both take 14.
I'm not even gonna use uncanny dodge or anything like that. I'm just gonna take the full damage. Oh. Well, damn it, Lorik. I guess you found out. Pretty good trick.
I will give you both.
The other one.
Was there anything you wanted to do as a reaction? I guess I should have asked before. Like either one of you.
I don't
No.
get reactions.
Okay.
No.
Okay.
I'm alright.
Just making sure.
Just want to slam.
I mean, yeah. I mean, I guess technically I do have counterspell now, but I mean, this is way more fun, so I'm just gonna save it for later.
Okay, so you're both you're revealed as the fake Poofy, and not only that, it does change you back to your original pale form as a changeling.
Poofy kind of rubbing the spot where he got zapped. It just lets out like a big hearty laugh. Oh man, that was too fun. You know, I was just kidding anyway. I just wanted to see if you guys could figure it out. Of course you can sail with me.
That's good, but move out of the beam.
Yeah,
Yeah, you
I'm
probably move out of there.
gonna
Oh.
step out of there to the side really quickly. Wait, how big is 60
only-
feet?
Poofy laughing so hard finally.
Oh, you
that
move it up to 60 feet. How
Shove
wide
it
is
in his
it?
head.
It's
5
only
foot
5
radius.
feet. That's why I asked you
Okay.
guys to get back to back. But yeah, but even though he can end it himself, he first pushes it away, so it just leaves this like drag across the ground before it vanishes. Oh,
Okay.
I should have used that on the deer.
I've never seen you do that one before. Poofy just keeps laughing so hard because he had a good time with this thing. Kind of like giggling at and nudging Lita as he's doing it.
Weirdly enough, she will kind of like nudge him back and give like a little smile.
Okay, come here.
he claps his hands together and he's going to tap you both and cast Cure Wounds on each of you. So 7 to Lita, 9 to Poofy.
Okay.
Oh, thank you.
Poofy gives him a big smile and a thumbs up and kind of like smacks him lightly on the back, but probably with a little bit too much force. Oh, thanks. I feel much better. How's the
still a
ship
bit-
down here? Is it floating?
Well, we painted my symbol on it, but it is floating though.
Good enough for me.
And the moonbeam slowly dissipates as Lorik shifts his focus and concentration off of it.
Are there still a whole bunch of like villagers and people like working on the ship and people just generally around?
There would be a small team kind of getting the ship ready, still working on it, some.
All right, I'll immediately turn back into my usual Lita form.
Okay. Is there any
upon
pain
hearing-
or
upon hearing-
process that kind of goes through as you change? Or is it just kind of like an instantaneous type morph?
I mean, it's not like it's not instant.
Right.
It takes a couple seconds, and you can see the change happening.
So throughout her body, the small little changeling body, the slender body kind of morphs and changes back into Lita. The skin changes and starts to get color across it, and the ears kind of turn back small, and the hair grows long and red. So you can kind of you see that process happen almost in a seamless way, and it's not grotesque, I wouldn't say, right? It's almost unique, and maybe you could even find beauty in it if you wanted to.
Yeah, it's not like painful or gruesome.
All
It's
right, it's
just
not
kinda,
like it- yeah.
During this going on, Poofy's kind of like teasing Lorik a little bit about not knowing what he said as a frog and laughing about the recent joke that he played. Just kind of in the background while she's changing.
Okay. How does Bartleby feel about everything going on right now?
Bartleby's done with this shit. He's just focusing back on the painting. He couldn't be bothered. All right, he's busy. He's a busy man.
They're pretty much done with your emblem, and the guys that are painting it with you, they're kind of covered in paint as they've been hanging on the side of the ship, slapping paint on, and they look at you and they give you a thumbs up like, is that good? Is that what you wanted?
Yeah, you know, you did a good job there, fellas. You know, good job. You know, I tell you, around on me, and I'm gonna hand them each a gold.
Okay.
How many of them are there?
There's 3 that are helping you paint.
All right, so I hand them each of them a gold and give them a good handshake, a respectable handshake. You know, one that you'd give to your girlfriend's dad. You know, that sort of handshake.
Okay. So you each take a nice gold, and they smile and they're happy that you gave it to them. Gold doesn't mean a whole lot to them out here, as they mostly just villagers that work on the farm. But every now and then they do go into towns where they can spend it, and so they're thankful. They thank you, and then they go back to work on some of the other parts of the ship that were needing repair.
Yeah, look at that. Beautiful, really. You know, a figure. That's loss prevention right there.
Okay.
You're gonna see like a white blur kind of whiz past you at some point and onto the ship, and Poofy's gonna be kind of like bounding around the ship, just checking it out, seeing how it looks, talking to the people, swinging from the ropes, just kind of making sure the ship is sturdy enough after the battle.
So as you're on the ship and you're looking around it, you see them with a lot of ropes tied to the mast that was broken, that had split and fallen, and they're trying to hoist it back and get it reattached, basically, and board it up to fix that mast and that crow's nest and everything. And the sail itself took a lot of damage, so it's completely ripped off. The sail is, and they're working on getting a new sail up and repairing the old one. You maybe see a little seamstress over on the side, like repairing some of the holes and sewing the large sail, trying to repair pieces that were torn in it and make sure that it's suitable for catching wind. But it is completely down and not up. The only thing you can see really is the mast is kind of going up, and they're trying to hoist it and get it fixed. Other than that, there was quite a bit of burned areas on the ship, but most of them are just charred. Not a whole lot of fire damage per se, except for what happened to the mast. There is blood, but a lot of it's been cleaned, or you see maybe 1 or 2 people kind of cleaning up blood that's been on the deck with maybe some bleach or a similar type cleaner. Swabbing the deck. Is it looking good for you? More masks.
Poofy kind of gives him like a nod and a thumbs up, and just kind of like continues like he wants to make sure the ship can handle his like movements and whatnot. So he's really like swinging on a lot of these things that he can, and jumping around and run around the ship. He's nervous to see if another battle can take place, especially one where he's got to be doing so much movement. So
okay, so he kind of
Kinda
bounding
making small
around
talk.
and talking to people and
roping
and whatnot. They're like, it's not completely ready. We're finishing it up, and it probably won't be ready until the morning, one of them says. But we're trying to get it ready for you tonight.
Kind of laughs, swinging by. I'll know when she's ready. Don't worry.
Yeah. So they kind of work on the boat, and you play around, you swinging on some ropes, and most of them can support your weight. Maybe a couple of them, you hear some creaking and croning in the wood. This is an older boat, an older ship. It's not exactly a beautiful vessel. It's a rickety, somewhere in between a sloop and a brigantine. It does have 2 full sails, but it's not a massive, beautiful ship. It is very worn, and it's seen a lot of the sea.
I'm gonna be following Poofy and just kind of checking things out, figuring out where, just kind of like opening doors and looking to see where that leads or this leads, and kind of taking stock, because they got a lot of weapons on here. So I'm just kind of looking to see what they got.
They got there's 2 cannons on each side of the ship, and 1 ballista kind of towards the front of the ship that you notice. There's some different cannonballs and such that are on the ship as well. There's a small private cabin that was the previous captain's quarters, and some down below deck you would find some more crew quarters with just a bunch of hammocks and stuff kind of set up between the different structural things inside the ship that they're kind of tied to for sleeping in. You wouldn't find too many stored goods. The ship hull would be mostly empty, except for maybe some provisions to provide for a short adventure or a short trip. Maybe enough to survive on the water about a week. Ship would definitely be running low on any sort of inherent resources inside of it.
All right, sounds good.
It's interesting to know, actually.
It definitely looks like if they did come with a lot, then they would be running pretty low on things, or maybe they didn't come from far. It's hard to tell.
Ooh, I'm gonna go to the captain's quarters and have a sneak peek around.
Okay, roll
Is
investigation for me as you look around.
Is this
Yeah.
information that only she's gauging whenever she's going throughout the ship, or is this public information?
If you were also going around the ship, you would see most of that as well. Anything that she's like investigating, though, would be something she finds.
This ship is like way bigger than I expected our first ship to be.
What
I
is
was
that?
thinking like maybe a rowboat.
What exactly are you looking for inside the captain's quarters, I guess?
Honestly, any papers, logs, anything that would indicate maybe why they came here to attack or where they might have sailed from, any suspicious maps, or just looking around. For all I know, this guy can even read and write.
Okay. Yeah, you would find a captain's handbook. It wouldn't be very big. It would be very short. Whatever captain's logs this guy was keeping, he hasn't been keeping them for long. It's very, very minimal. Only a few pages of notes that show about 2 months back. And you can definitely see that they were originally all the way on the other ocean. They were not on this side of the continent, but were on the other side of the continent. They have logs showing that they've docked in Southport. They also have logs showing that they've docked in Elderport a couple months back. But you wouldn't be able to see necessarily a diary or anything like that.
Yeah, no, that's fine. So I'm just making notes.
Mhm.
Okay. And then I'm gonna look around and see if he's got any secret stuff hidden in here.
Okay.
I'm also gonna look around for any thieves' cant on the vessel by chance. After she's done.
Okay.
Oh, fuck yes.
There would not necessarily be too much thieves' cant for you to find, as private messages wouldn't really need to be sent to each other on a ship like this. You maybe find, a few papers or whatever that are written in thieves' cant, but the information that you find isn't of any significance outside of maybe that they were planning on trying to recruit in towns, like little bitty brochures to try to put up to try to recruit at different towns. What are you looking for right now, Lita?
I was very specifically looking for a secret compartment in the captain's room.
Okay. You would not find one.
Damn it. All right, fine.
There would not be one
Okay.
that you can tell.
I'll wander on out then, go back.
This
find
is a
Poopy.
very simple sort of vessel.
Okay. Where's Poofy at? Do I see him on the ship's deck?
You'd see him on the ship deck, perhaps, kind of looking through different pieces of paper or whatever that he finds in this little box.
I'll go up
Yeah.
and give him a nudge. Be like, hey, I went through the captain's quarters there. Looks like they've shipped in both Southport and Elderport.
Poopy looks at her with like a huge grin on his face and like kind of real wide eyes. I know. Well, I get what?
I was just saying that the ship under the captain previously had gone to both Southport and Elderport on the other side of the continent.
Kind of like looks puzzled for a second, looks away from her, and then looks back at her and smiles. Lita, I don't know about you, but there's not too many supplies on this ship. And if there's not too many supplies on this ship, well, I'm not sure how much was moved off, but that can only mean one thing.
What does that mean?
He gives a big, big smile and a thumbs up. That means these pirates didn't travel from very far away.
Yeah, that seems like a fair assessment. Also makes me suspicious of the other side of the continent.
Huh?
Well, if there are either A, pirates there, or B, if they were, sent by someone.
What do you mean? You said Southport and...
Southport and Elderport.
So
I
maybe
mean-
that means they came close? What makes you think they came from the other side of the continent?
Oh, because I found those logs in the captain's room that said that they did.
Oh.
Yeah, those ones.
The other side of the continent. You
That's
mean- Wait a minute. Poopy kind of scratches his head for a second, thinking about what he knows about the sea and what he's learned. The other side of the continent, would that mean that they traveled west from Bell Farms into No Man's Waters to...
Nope.
No.
Nope, just the other side of this current continent that we're on.
So
Okay.
just some current lore
So
and
just
knowledge.
the current continent that we're talking about.
So
Okay,
current
okay.
lore and knowledge, you would know that that the Bell Farm ships down to the south quite often, and they also will ship to Southport or vice versa. But the way they do it is through the southern parts of the continent, which the southern parts are these they're a bunch of isles that kind of exist down there, and it's known for being like pirate heavy. Pirate are known to kind of inhabit that area and sell those waters often. Most trading companies or anything like that would have some sort of pack in order to ensure that their ships were not intercepted down south.
Okay. Other side of the continent? Yeah, they've got to be close, especially if they're docking at those two ports.
I mean, do you know much about pirates in this area? Because that's not my area of expertise.
Not a thing. This is my first time on the continent. I haven't left my village in pretty much my whole life. At least not very far.
All right, then.
But I do know that, well, I know enough about sailing that if they didn't have many supplies, and you said they're on the other side of the continent, that means they gotta have come from somewhere close by.
I mean, yeah, that does make sense.
Which means we get to see more pirates.
I mean, I guess if we take this ship, the chances are going to be pretty likely.
Then what are we waiting for? And he calls out to Bartleby and Lorik. Okay, we're setting sail. The pirates are close, guys.
The people working on the boat hear you yelling that out, and they kind of look, and the lady that's holding the sail literally in her hands, like as she's sewing it, like, what? They're just kind of shocked that you're saying you're setting sail. Like the boat is nowhere near ready for in their mind.
Bartleby's just gonna be leaning back on one of the hammocks that a pirate used to use and just gives him a thumbs up.
as y'all are sitting here beside the boat and looking over and getting it ready, the mid-afternoon sky that's kind of had this pale red to it begins to turn almost a dark red. And you can kind of see on the horizon a dark cloud and thunder and lightning in the dark cloud.
Oh, what now? Poofy. Look over there. And she'll also kind of turn to look at Bartleby and be like, any ideas what that might be?
You know, probably some sort of, elemental or something. I don't know.
There's only one thing we can do. We've got to ask someone in the crow's nest. Hey, Lorik!
When did I get up here?
Poopy's, I don't think you're up there. I think Poopy's just like yelling at you, expecting you to. Lorik!
Yes.
Oh, you're right next to me.
Hi.
Lorik, I need you in the crow's nest. There's something on the horizon.
How about we just
He
call it the
salutes.
Lord's Nest?
He salutes and begins to climb up the ladder mundanely, even though he has wings.
As you trying to climb the ladder, the mast is still tied with ropes and is not really stable or anything. And the men that are still trying to hoist it and get it reattached and get the wood stable, they're like, hey, we wouldn't recommend you going all the way up there. It's not fully
The
attached.
captain says I'll be fine. Don't
It's
worry.
not attached yet, sir.
I'll lean on the side that it's not falling from.
It's still broken. We're trying to repair it.
Do we want to be outside when whatever this thing happens?
Yeah, fire fist.
They're telling me that it's not ready.
Well, just get as high as you can and check out the horizon.
All right, I'm gonna climb to the last ladder rung or whatever before the top, before the break, and then look around.
Okay, you'd be able to do that. You'd be able to see off over the farms, looking back towards the forest. Way off in the distance, you see just darkness and pitch black, like a wall cloud coming in over the trees. Just a huge black wall of clouds, and in that cloud you'd be able to see lightning and rippling throughout, and quite a bit of lightning, not just a little bit, but quite a bit.
But
below the cloud would be
close
just
to the ground. Oh no,
it's up high. It's about you'd be able to see it over the trees, like way off in the distance.
I thought it was like consuming my view of the forest.
No, it would be over it. It's really far though, so you don't have a real good vision of the forest, but you do see like the sky is just blacked out in that direction.
All right, and really far. God, am I? You know what? I'm not even gonna rely on my character's dumb brain. He's dumb as all hell. So I'm gonna rely on the fact that I have 3 cantrips now, and I'm gonna cast Druidcraft, and I'm going to make a tiny harmless that will predict the weather at my location for the next 24 hours.
Okay. 1 second.
Interesting, dude. Big brain.
Let's hope it's rain.
What do your effects look anything different than what it's describing here, or are these basically what you're persisting, like that, or would you like personalized ones?
I mean, you can do something with, you can have storms be more violent than just a cloud for rain. Like, you can have like a lightning strike and like a series of. It's just a harmless little visual though.
Okay. So as Lorik is on that last rung, you see him kind of whispering to the air, whispering above him to the spirits that are in the nature, and above him, a dark cloud kind of appears, a small little dark cloud, almost about the size of a barrel, I would say, kind of decently high in the sky away from him, and in that dark cloud would be some lightning, and then rain would fall from that dark cloud as like a little sprinkler head, almost like pouring down a decent amount of rain from it, and it would be about 5 to 10 feet above his head, so it wouldn't be necessarily dangerous, but yeah, you would definitely see this little dark cloud, this little storm.
That looks terrible. We have a bad storm coming.
So I know which way is it rolling in from? Is from the ocean side or
No.
in from
No,
the
the
continent,
trees.
the
From the
forest
continent,
side, right?
from the forest.
The forest side. Oh my
Would
god.
you
okay.
say it's a perfect storm?
I mean, I don't know what would make a storm perfect. It is going to be a very powerful storm, and it will be here within 24 hours. This will be happening by the day.
Would you say the storm seemed somewhat perfect at all?
It's the perfect storm, Boofy.
You heard him. Perfect storm, Lita, Bartleby. No way we can sail in anything like that. Unless we
I
can
don't
fly the ship over the storm.
I don't think anyone has the power to do that.
Bartleby, I'm gonna need to call in some favors. Call up Buck. I'm gonna need a lot of dragons for this one.
Yeah, I figured, might as well call the daughter of the sea as well. Okay.
Ask Aegon.
Barely holding on up there.
Yeah, Aegon probably could do it. Just saying.
I mean, do we want to head inside? That doesn't look fun.
Boofy, can I come down?
Yeah, get on down here, Lorik. Be careful. Yeah, we should probably at least get in deck or inside somewhere.
Yeah, okay.
Boofy pulls out his compass. Checks to see which way is north, and then puts it back in his pocket.
A tease.
Boofy, I don't think the four of us can man a ship that large.
What do you mean?
I think we're gonna need more like deckhands to keep the ship going.
How many you think?
I don't know.
Well, we've got two.
You do have two?
Bartleby and Lita, and then we've got two more, and the ones we picked up on the way. I'd say we're off to a pretty good start.
You would see those two gentlemen that were part of the fight earlier. They would be on the ship, kind of helping repair it, as that's kind of what they were instructed to do.
You know what? I'm gonna go find Sarai and see what she makes of that. Being how her goddess is kind of a, nature goddess. And I'll start heading to go hop off the ship and find Sarai, because that looks ominous.
Okay.
Bartleby's gonna go to the helm of the front of the ship, the very bow. He's gonna sit there and he's gonna reenact the scene from Titanic and just wait for the storm to hit.
Hey, Bartleby.
Laura comes over looking dejected and sits beside him.
Hey, how's it going?
I was just thinking.
Yeah.
I mean, my power's literally the gift of a flame god, and
Yeah.
I mean, I've been doing a lot for them, spreading fires. How come I'm not exalted?
Well, that's a good question, to be fair. Like, You know, yeah, that's a good question. Really, I think you need to probably, pray on it or something. I think that's how you do that sort of thing.
Right.
Yeah. It's like
I should ask Lida what it was like the moment she became exalted.
Yep. Probably. Yeah, she
It
might
might
know
also
more.
it might also help if I spoke Draconic, considering I follow a dragon.
That would probably be a good idea.
You think you could teach me?
No, I don't know Draconic, so
Oh,
yeah.
how do you speak to that little dragon?
Elvish, actually.
Ugh.
Yeah. Yep. Learned Pointy Ear a while ago. Becomes useful. They have older magic sometimes.
That's racist.
So... Well, no, they all have pointy ears. That's just a general fact, a statement, really.
I see.
Poopy feels his ears to see if they're pointy or not.
No, they're very round. Yeah, I guess maybe I'll ask Lida. It'd be pretty great to be exalted. You see all that powerful stuff they did? I want to be able to kill someone by just saying, burn, and then they've combust.
Yeah, pretty neat.
Well, I guess we'll have to just wait for them to come back.
And he's gonna cross his legs and pull out something he's never used before. A little metal flute, and he's gonna play his flute that he has proficiency with.
Bartleby's gonna look at Lorik in surprise.
Does the flute do anything?
No, it's just a flute.
Okay.
He just has a musical instrument that he can play.
He pulls out this little flute and he plays it, and he plays it good.
Bartleby reenacts the Titanic with the flute in the background.
Oh my god, yes.
All right, so y'all are definitely playing the little flute, and the sky starts to get darker as you're up there, and Lida's looking around for Sarai. Where would you start to look, and how would you look?
Well, I would start off at the town square. Not likely to find her singing necessarily, but just, well, yeah, town square first, and then I would make my way north up to her giant cathedral.
You would see as you went to the town square, you'd kind of find various workers there. A couple people tending the little shops there that are on the road and such, but you wouldn't find Sarai or anything like that there. So you're gonna head up north.
Yeah, I'll start heading north towards the cathedral.
Okay. So you would kind of see a few people around the end, but again, you wouldn't find her. But as you
Anybody looking nervous about the weather?
Not necessarily. To them, they just see a storm coming.
Oh, okay.
And so you kind of keep moving up towards the cathedral, and you get to the cathedral. And you see the doors are open in the front.
I will walk up to the doors and peek through, but not like walk in, because I don't know if that's rude.
Okay. As you peek in, you see Sarai, and she's kind of standing in the not in the right in front of the door, but kind of just a ways in sort of the entrance of what looks like to be a grand hall, and she's talking with somebody. A tall, slender person who has a cloak, and their head is mostly covered, and you're not able to see much of who they are, but they're very tall and slender.
Does the form look feminine or masculine from behind?
From what you can see, it looks masculine.
Okay. I'm going to be my true bardish self and eavesdrop on their conversation.
Okay. Is that a spell or an ability?
No, I'm just eavesdropping. Just like a normal person.
Okay.
I'm just hanging out outside the door.
Are you
just
trying to do so
seeing what to
stealthily,
listen.
or are you just kind of standing
Yes,
there?
I will. No, I'll be stealthy about it.
Roll a stealth check for me. Okay. So as you stand there and you've kind of wandered up, but you've done so in a way that didn't really garner a whole lot of attention, as you do move somewhat with quite a bit of grace. You kind of get to the doors, they're opened, You see Sarai talking to this individual, this tall, slender person, and you don't really poke your head past the door. You kind of just sit there and you listen intently. And they're not trying to be sneaky or anything like that, so you're able to kind of hear quite a bit. Sarai would be talking to this man, and Iston, I need you to go with them. They're gonna go on a journey. What lies ahead of them is beyond what they can know. You must travel with them and teach them. Teach them what you know. Teach them about the Esmix, about where this kingdom was formed and how it was formed and why. Tell them the tales. They must be ready, or else we'll all surely be doomed, perhaps. And you'd hear him reply, "Of course, sir. I've served you for many years. I will travel with them. If that is what you want, I will leave your side and I will go train and teach them." Yeah, that is what I want. I think that is what is needed. It is. He's coming. If we don't stop it. They don't stop it. If she can't stop it. And if that happens, then well, everything will change about our way of life. Everything in this kingdom will change. Prosperity and the goodness that we know will be gone. And the land will be dark. You see him nod. And they would kind of embrace. Not like a loving sense necessarily, but as two friends would embrace. Long friends for a long time. And the two would start to walk towards the door. And they would come to the door, where you're standing there quietly.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I was writing all those notes. Okay. Yeah, she's just gonna look, like casual but polite. Like she didn't want to intrude.
Sarai would greet you. Lita, nice to see you again. It's a good thing well, I guess that you found me. This is my dear friend Iston. He is he'd kind of bow as he was introduced.
Was it Iston?
Iston. Iston. He is he's from Aslaria. He's a scholar. He's gonna travel with y'all. He's served me for many years here and has maintained the temple. But he'll go with you and travel with you and perhaps embark some of his knowledge towards you and your friends. A lot of the questions y'all were asking me that I was unable to answer, he may have answers for a lot of it. He's read a lot, studied a lot, as he's lived hundreds of years as well.
Ah, okay. No, we are, happy to have him, I suppose. Definitely mention the books and things to Bartleby. He will probably like that. I was just coming to ask you about the weather.
Yeah.
And if you thought that was terribly ominous.
It is.
Oh, okay. So I did read that correctly then. Any proposed course of action?
No. But y'all should travel and get to the capital as soon as you can. It is
Now, when you
happening sooner than I anticipated.
say that, do you mean Like now? Like we should leave now before whatever that is gets here? Or do you mean it will inevitably get here, but we must hasten our journey?
She kind of steps outside the temple, looking towards the forest and the storm on the horizon. You have no hope of outrunning it, period. Before you will go into the heart of it.
Good to know that was not an option.
You'll go into the heart of that. That is the capital. That is my guess, anyway. That is coming from the capital.
Oh, lovely. Okay.
His return is imminent.
Wait, whose return?
She looks towards Eston and looks back towards you. Eston will teach you what y'all need to know. He'll tell you the stories. I had hoped you knew more. But I can see you are still quite young and maybe haven't experienced what some of us have.
Let's just say I'm more of a recent exalted. Still haven't quite delved so much into the ancient lore side of things. So, yes, any help is appreciated, although you might have more of a time trying to convince my friends there to go back to the capital. So I think one of them definitely wants to sail around and meet more pirates.
Well, it is your decision and no one can make it for you. But the kingdom will be lost without you. Surely you know
let's I do know that, but let's hold for a second and maybe go get my friends and then we can have a discussion. Because I feel like they might listen to you more than they might listen to me.
She would nod towards you.
Well, they're investigating the ship at the moment. If we wanted to head down?
Sure. Yeah, we can go.
Awesome,
She just seems
and I
very
bring them
somber.
back. Oh, okay, fine. Well, way to kill the mood, Sarai. Anyway.
Sarai's always the mood killer. She's never much with the joy,
Yeah.
this one.
She's just melancholy.
She's very melancholy. She just doesn't have joy in her life much at this stage in her life, and is very matter of fact about pretty much everything.
That's okay. You'll be good for driving home the seriousness.
You've been gone about 30 minutes or so from the rest of the group. What would the rest of the group be doing? Would y'all still be parading on the ship, singing?
Titanic.
You left us on the ship, correct? And the last thing that was happening was Lorik was performing music, and Bartleby was standing at the front.
Bartleby was hands outstretched over the front bow of the ship.
I imagine we'd probably just be hanging out. As long as Lorik's playing that instrument, Poopy's gonna be pretty enamored, considering he's never seen Lorik pull out an instrument, let alone play so well.
Yeah. So, Lorik, you're gonna continue playing for a while?
Yeah, probably like a whole song, probably only like 5 minutes. So, by the end of her conversation, it'd definitely be done.
Yeah. She's been gone about 30 between searching through different places looking for her and then making her way to the temple and listening in on a conversation and such.
Poofy, you made a really lucky call with me. If my wing were working, I'd probably be one of the best people to have on a crew.
Maybe it was meant to be, I mean, we did all meet at that tournament.
I can tell the weather. I can change the course of the winds. I can make the ocean rise and fall. And I can also burn other ships really well.
Poofy's eyes get kind of wide, and a large smile, like a smirk more so, creeps across his face. And he looks at Lorik with a very, a ferocious intensity that he's probably only shown in battle before. and he simply says to him,
Then let's see it all, Lorik.
That being said, I think the best choice you made was getting Lida. I don't know how powerful she is, but it is greater than anything I can accomplish. It's scary.
Poofy kind of looks at him a little bit, like, puzzled and taken aback by this. And, like, kind of with his head almost tilted a little bit to the side, it just turns to him and goes,
But I remember you told me you're only halfway through your life. How can you know with so much life left?
I was just going by how I've progressed so far. Huh. I mean, maybe way down the line I could catch up. She's what are they called? God chosen.
She's
Yeah,
our
that's it.
friend,
Poofy smiles.
and that's all that matters.
So far, God woken or chosen or what are they called with you? The enlightened.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah, the exiled or something. I know exiled. What is it called?
They've all been nice to us. One of them has even befriended us. Perhaps we should trust that one.
Yeah.
Pointing at Pocket.
Don't forget the priestess in the capital city that healed us after the tournament.
You were pointing at the
Where you put away your compass.
I forget, did we learn if Aegon is exalted?
Yes.
Yeah,
Yes.
you were told this.
That's right. Poofy kind of puts a paw over the compass.
The perfect storm, Poofy.
Kind of looks down at the compass and then looks up at the storm and looks over at Lorik and Bartleby.
But what if we're wrong?
Then you have someone cool to fight, I guess.
So we're with another two right now. This is probably the safest time we'll ever have to do it.
Yeah,
If I'm
probably.
wrong, if we're wrong, will the two of you promise to do everything you can to right the wrongs that we did, to seal them back away if we have to?
Yeah, sure.
I promise.
You're willing to make it right, just in case.
Poofy, we're not in court. I promise.
Yeah, I guess so.
Poofy's gonna inside. I'm gonna inside both of them. Poofy, he
Roll.
means this one. He wants to know if they're serious or not.
Okay, roll insight. Okay.
I have every intention of fighting.
Bartleby's good at 85%.
So Bartleby's demeanor is one that he really does want to perhaps, be able to help you, but he also has some subtleness to it, to where he's very hesitant and would, he knows in the back of his mind there are certain situations that he would probably just bail.
It's good enough for Poofy. He'll rely on both of these words that were given to him as trustworthy.
Okay.
Okay. I believe you. I'll ask Lita when she gets here. And you have my word that when we set sail from this dock, we'll set sail together, all as free pirates. Everyone.
Lorik is just like looking at Poofy, then back at Bartleby, then back at Poofy, as if waiting for more confirmation on what's gonna be done. Just like,
and the compass.
Yeah.
Poofy just smiles.
I gave you my word. We'll all set sail from this dock together, as free pirates.
Are you saying Aegon's part of the crew?
Yeah, part of the ship.
Bovi, you're being extra vague right now.
Poofy's just gonna smile and wink at him, and then start walking towards like where he sees Lita off in the distance.
Bovi!
Lita would be walking with Sarai and there'd be the tall, slender individual that was taller than both Sarai and Lita walking with them. He'd be in a full cloak, and you wouldn't be able to see his face as it would be mostly covered. You'd be able to see his eyes. His eyes would be yellow, and on parts of the face that you could see would be heavily scarred.
Poofy kind of waves them down off in the distance, waves them over.
Hey, Lita, who's your friend? Are we ready to set sail?
No, Poofy, the ship's not done yet. These poor people are working as hard as they can, but they're not ready yet. And this is Iston? Gaston? Iston? Iston.
Yeah, wow, he's so handsome, Gaston is. Wow, so strong, so elegant.
Gosh!
Oh no, right, he's got a butt chin. Anyway, no, this is Iston. Friend of Sarai's. I think he'll be helping us from what I gather here.
Huh?
Iston, you want to introduce yourself? This is Poofy, Bartleby, and Lorik.
He kind of steps forward beside Sarai and besides Lita. Hello.
Oh,
I will be traveling with you on Sarah's request. And he kind of bows his head towards you.
he looks sad. Gosh, it disturbs me to see you Gaston, looking so down in the dumps.
I'm not sad.
Oh my fucking god, you went there.
I'm not sad at all. There is just a lot ahead of us, ahead of you.
Oh, also the storm over there? Yes, super ominous. Sarai suggested it was likely coming from the capital, which is where we need to return the Jod.
Well, it will be here within 24 hours, here at Belfarms, but that doesn't mean it'll be all the way south. We could potentially go around and avoid it if the boat is ready within 24 hours.
Stan kind of looks towards Sarai, and Sarai looks back, and they look toward you. There would be no, Sarai speaking, there would be no avoiding the storm ultimately if you are to return to the capital.
It's just staying there? It's not moving?
It will cover the land for days.
What is it?
She looks at Leah and then over to Stan.
I think I know what it is there, Lorik. It's the evil power of foreshadowing.
She looks at you, and there is something that happens every 100 years or so in our kingdom. And well, it's that time.
The blood sacrifice.
Blood sacrifice? She asks, kind of in a form of a question.
Yeah, no, I have no idea, but it seems like there's a lot of things that only happen once every 100 years in this kingdom. Just,
What
I
else
mean,
happens?
I feel like they're all related. Also, kind of getting some insight now as to why I was sent to go help all of you. And she has this look on her face like, sneaky son of a bitch, like thinking about her own god, like, getting got duped into this. Because I'm supposed to help the champions, the people who fought in our special 100-year tournament, and help them along their way, their inevitable journey. Except now that inevitable journey seems to involve ominous black clouds and some kind of overarching evil on the continent that I'm going to guess you're going to be a part in helping to defeat. Congratulations.
What if we just decline and set sail west?
I'm going to look at Sarah. What does happen then?
You would die at sea, I'm sure, if you sailed west. West
Okay.
is dangerous, and monsters in the ocean that way have not allowed anyone to sail straight west for years.
No
Many
chance.
Many years.
Huh?
Poofy looks like extremely upset in the background.
No chance.
No chance what?
He reaches into his little satchel and pulls out a small brown wrapping and sets it on like the nearest maybe railing of the ship, and it unfolds 12 pink mushrooms.
No chance. I promised. I gotta get these mushrooms back to the swamp, which means this boat is not going west just yet.
Okay. I didn't intend on it anyways. I was just asking what happens if we defy God.
Apparently we get eaten by sea monsters.
Well, I mean, I don't know what happens if you defy. Your decisions are your own, but if you sail west, you'll die. It has nothing to do with defying what could be your purpose. I am not one to define your purpose, only you are.
Yeah, she has a point there. I don't know that you specifically are going to help whatever combat this evil, but I'm willing to take a chance on it.
We could always force feed the evil to Jod.
Istan
I mean,
kind
I'm
of
down to
steps
try.
forward, and he looks, and he kind of gives y'all a look like, if I may. And he looks towards Sarai and toward the rest of you to see if you'll just listen for a minute.
Poofy's been stretching this whole time, by the way, just real quick.
Stretching.
Yeah.
Okay. Istan kind of steps forward and he speaks, and he's, if you will, I'll tell you something. I'll tell you a story. I'll tell you a story. Some believe it to be true, some don't. I've studied the few humans that are for hundreds of years.
I think it's just me now.
I guess so. Well, and Sarai and others. And he kind of pulls back his the cloak over his head, and he reveals he has long elvish ears and elvish features.
See, I told you they all have it.
I studied in the halls of the Islarian Empire for years. Hundreds of years I was their chief scholar. I've read books on books on books until I was no longer needed there, and I've served Sarai for the last 100 years or so. I am growing old, though, and my purpose is growing dim. But I can tell you what I know. Or what I've read, rather, in the books of this kingdom. If you want to know.
Yeah.
You ever wonder how King Godfrey became king?
Sure.
Like so many Godfreys before him.
Just the usual way.
He was born a prince.
He was. He was born a prince. He was destined to be king before he was born, just like his father and his father and his father, and so on. The Godfrey's names has been the rulers of the kingdom of Esmix for near 2,500 years. Around the year of 100 CE. CE, by the way, would just be like current era. So that's what they use to kind of tell years and such here.
Okay.
And you would know it's about $24.99 right now.
Okay.
In the year of 100 CE or so, there was a family. They helped rule, and they were like the magistrates of today. There were 5 of them. 2 sisters and 3 brothers. The oldest was the king's right hand at the time. He was to help the king with all matters. Unfortunately, there was different times then. There wasn't such prosperity, and the land wasn't known to be beautiful. His lands were known to be desolate and dark. The ruler was not known to be good or treat people well. The stories say that he was vicious and evil, that he ruled without mercy, that he thrived on death. The oldest son, he saw this, and he knew something needed to change. But nobody was strong enough to fight. Nobody was strong enough to beat this man. He was an exalted one, according to legend. Chosen by the very gods themselves to rule. Imbued with power beyond any man or woman. I speak freely when I say sometimes there are exalted that play God, that control the wills of man and hurt wherever they want. But these 5 brothers and sisters, they sought to make a change. They sought to right the human kingdom so that it was not one of death and destruction, but rather something that the human race as a whole could become proud of. But they knew they were no match. It is said that these 5, they sacrificed themselves. The 4 of them, bar the oldest one, was Baruch. He was a powerful wizard. He was the one that served the king, and he learned a lot of things while he served the king. The second oldest was Uriah, who was a knight, who fought bravely. The third, Victoria, she served in the temples as a cleric. Stefan was the 4th oldest, and he was a fighter. He used to fight in brawls and tournaments and bars. Wherever he could fight, he fought. And the youngest, her name was Celeste, and she took up the way of the warlock and learned a lot about becoming a warlock. They searched for ways to defeat, and they realized there was no way that they could, not even all together fighting, defeat. But that only one person that was strong enough to seal it away could. And so the 4, they say, sacrificed themselves to Celeste. And Celeste devoured their souls. And Celeste fought and destroyed the powerful ruler, locking his evil away. And they say every 100 years or so, this ruler tries to come back. And they say it's only by the power of these 5 that return and fight back his presence. People believe they return. People believe they reemerge from wherever their plane of existence that they're in now. Some believe they're in purgatory of sorts, and they just train endlessly. But it is that anniversary, and a great battle will be ensuing between this old ruler and the 5. At least that is what legend says. He kind of looks back to Sarai, and he looks back to y'all. No longer speaking.
At this moment, Poovy kind of stops stretching.
Well, that was a pretty good story. Now, you said you're gonna sail with us? There's one thing we gotta do first.
He kind of turns his head to the side. And what's that?
Anyone else want to ask him any questions before, well, you know.
Well, are we supposed to find the 5 then? We can't. You can't be insinuating that we have to take up that mantle. Wouldn't that mean our sacrifice? Anyways, there's only 4 of us. There's only 4 of us. So it can't be us.
I'm getting the impression, and correct me, Sarai and Iston if I'm wrong, I'm getting the impression we need to find them or find a way to unlock them or release them, bring them back to fight him.
I do not know.
Oh.
What your purpose is in all of this. I do not know what the gods have in store for you. I only know of what the books have said, what the lore is.
Yeah, I feel like Oladra left a lot out of my briefing dossier for this mission.
Do you know if you could withstand a punch blindsided to you from a large bear man?
He kind of looks to you. I'm not a fighter. I'm a scholar.
Without hesitation, like knowing Lorik long enough at this point to kind of be in sync, Poofy waited just for the man to finish his sentence, no matter what it was, and then throws a right hook directly at his side of his face just as he finishes his sentence.
Roll to hit.
And as he's saying it, just lets out a poofy pow simultaneously.
All right, roll to hit.
Should I just roll a d20 or how do I?
Yeah. Just roll a d20 with
strength.
advantage is fine. Plus strength.
Yeah, do like your normal attack. If you have a punch attack.
I have a sharp claws attack. Can I just do like a sharp claws attack?
Are you punching him with your claws or are you punching him with your fist? Just roll a 120. What's your strength right now?
My strength is 13.
Okay, so yeah, roll 20 is fine. Just roll a d20. I'll do the math. Okay.
11.
So you swing and you for 11 for just an unarmed strike is what it would be. Roll again, one more. Well, you'll be at advantage. Yeah.
Blast this guy upside the head.
Okay, so you'd be able to strike him. So roll for damage. He literally is just standing there in cloth, and just roll a 1d. Just roll a 1d6.
Perfect.
Okay.
Lita's gonna look slightly horrified, like you just punched an old man.
So you strike forward and punch this elderly-looking elf man in the face after he basically says he's not a fighter, and he gets hit in the face. And as you punch him in the face, he kind of recoils in pain, and falls back a little bit, takes a couple steps back, and he just looks like almost horrified that you would punch him. What was that for? And he just grabs his face.
Oh, sorry.
Sarai.
Sneak attack.
And he looks towards Sarai, and she looks towards you, and she does not look happy. Why would you punch my friend? Why would you do this?
I'm gonna suddenly ready a counter spell just in case.
Poofy looks over at Lorik and then looks like almost confused, and then looks back over at Sarai and simply says,
Sneak attack.
He is here to help you.
Yeah, and I gotta fight him if he's gonna ride with. I was on the same page with what Lorg said. We've been traveling together long enough.
He is not a fighter. He is here to teach you what he knows.
Then he should have probably wrote a book.
She looks furious, and along her arms, you start to see her normally dual tattoo start to glow.
Okay, maybe, Poofy, if you just apologize to Istad, and I will help Istad
Aegon!
up from the ground, and yeah, help pick up the very elderly elf.
Aegon, help!
I felt I owed you for helping me, so I was sending my friend, who's been with me for years, on a mission that would kill him.
Oh, that's pretty fucked up.
And he knows it. And you would insult him and me by striking him?
Poofy's eyes get real serious at this point. And he stares directly down at Sarai and says,
What kind of friend would send another friend to die?
He chose to go. He chose to. He chooses, knowing he will not survive this.
Poofy just gives her the same look the whole time. Completely serious look, as if almost confused or hurt, maybe even angry, but it's very intense. And he turns over to this old man, this old elf, and he says,
You're welcome to ride with us if you want to sail with us. And I wanted to see what kind of person you were. And sometimes the only way is behind a fist. But if you're gonna sail with us, and you make that decision, you make it knowing that you're not sailing to go die, but to live.
Poofy turns around and walks towards the bow of the ship, like the interior portion.
He kind of stands up and he straightens his clothes a little bit, and he pulls his hood back over his head, and kind of cloaks himself. And I know what my purpose is. I'm old. I'm ready. If death would have me. As long as we save the world, this world, I'm fine with it.
Poofy doesn't say anything else and goes towards the under portion, maybe out of the storm, under some type of cover on the ship, but still in earshot and eye shot of the conversation.
He looks towards Lorik and Bartleby and Baggalita, and he's like, I believe these stories that I've read. I believe this lore.
Well,
Yeah, okay.
do you think we're gonna have to find them or get enough power to become them? I don't want my soul to be eaten. You know, I kind of ran away from definite death.
I don't know.
And how come
He motions his hands towards Lita and then Celine?
Sarai.
Sarai?
Sarai, that's right. Sarai. And he's like,
how come aren't they could be the five? They're the most powerful people I've ever met.
Yeah, they're probably it, definitely not us.
I mean, I know I can only speak for me, but I'm not allowed to openly meddle in affairs. I'm just allowed to assist you in whatever you do.
Whatever you think about the gods, whatever you believe, whoever you serve, no, they don't care the same for you. He kind of looks back at Lita and Sarai. Sarai knows I don't worship. I don't care for the gods. Because they don't care for us. Everything I've read, they only care about their own petty differences and their own desires, and most of the time they only care and laugh at our folly and in our own calamity.
Bartleby, this guy might actually become your best friend.
Yeah, he does seem pretty, like-minded, to be fair, I'm with him. I think we should get on the boat, go to a totally different continent, and you know what? Then we can sell the gem to some other leader, and, leave X-Mix to, just go into ruin.
This world would be ruined.
Oh, well, okay, well, the whole world is, okay.
This world
So
is
we
in
go to
this
the portal
continent.
instead.
It would spread like a disease.
Portal was built to, what was it? Rectify the mistakes of our ancestors and start anew.
Yeah, that is true. That is true.
Can we put the ominous darkness into the portal?
That would ruin everything Aegon worked for.
I don't
Would
know.
it?
Well, plus I want to go through that portal, so...
Yeah, kind of same.
I don't think it's that simple. I think once he returns, he's not coming alone. He's coming with armies.
Oh!
Where does he grow him? Like, how does that work? Is he like a lich, or, is he making him out of his love seed, or what?
No. The stories say that he's been banished to one of the realms. And he grows his armies and prepares for invasion here to take back this land.
And there really isn't anyone else maybe a little bit more qualified than us. We almost died to a group of pirates.
I do not know. That is not my purpose to find out. I have no knowledge of what journey you are on. All I know is a storm is brewing, and Sarai has asked me to travel with you and teach you the stories.
Yeah, okay then. You're sleeping on the floor. I'm getting the good hammock.
He just kind of shrugs. I don't care when I sleep.
Yeah, I can see that you and Sarah are friends now.
Sarai kind of gives you a glance. She's still very visibly angry.
Bartleby's gonna just walk into the lower hull of the boat and just lay in one of the hammocks and just like... Ugh.
You all asked me a lot of questions yesterday. As you walk off, she's kind of responding. And I'm sending him with you all to help answer these questions. I figured it would be for the best. For whatever purpose you have been sent on, I do not know. I don't know why the king wants this jewel back. But I do know that he can help teach you some things and answer some of the questions you had of me yesterday. But I do know also, and he knows, if he goes into that, whatever is happening there, he will most likely not survive.
Lork is going to run up the mast of the ship again. He's going to climb the ladder and look out at the large cloud in the distance. He's a bay.
The cloud would seem almost larger than when you first looked at it. Almost like it's moved somewhat towards you. You can tell it's kind of feeling across the land.
Narrowing his eyes, can I tell if it's spreading equally in all directions, or does it look like it might actually be coming this direction?
It looks like it's spreading equally in all directions.
Okay, just wanted to make sure.
Yeah.
That's all I needed to know.
So as y'all kind of settle on the boat, and as Sarai and Istan kind of are done with their introduction and Lita brings them over, they kind of step to the side and talk for a moment. And right there, we'll take a small break and come back in 10 minutes. So everybody, relax now. We'll be right back. A little 10-minute break. All right, chat. We'll be right back. 10-minute break, and then we will return to some more D&D and find out a little bit more about what's going on and why these people are traveling, who this guy is, Istan, find out what he knows, see what he can help the group with, and see what they can find out. And then we'll be right back, everybody. So take care. We'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. Make sure to return. Go to the bathroom. Grab a drink of water. Stretch your legs. Do all the things you need to do. And we'll return. Hello? Hello? All right, 1 second. Let me grab the players. Hello, hello,
Hey.
hello.
Hello.
Welcome back.
Hey, you
We got everybody.
Yeah.
All right.
Yep.
Well, then we will continue some more of episode 12 then. And we left off, you know, some ominous things are happening, and the players are really starting to, your characters are starting to sense something is amiss in this world, maybe, right? a lot of interesting things happening. So we'll dive right back into it and resume where we were. 1 second, let me find the right screen. And there we go. And we're back.
I'll
So
try not to punch any more senior citizens.
yeah, right. Punching old elves, man. Sarai and Isthon stepped off to the side to talk shortly, and while y'all were all kind of going back to the boat and leaving the kind of conversation that was at hand, they kind of stepped to the side to have a conversation. So they're doing that, and I'll let y'all go about with what you're doing. So each of y'all have a little bit of time to talk.
I'm gonna slide down the mast and see if I can meet up with Poofy.
Poofy's kind of leaning against. I picture him underneath like an awning portion of the ship, maybe like out of some of the weather or the oncoming storm. And he's kind of like brooding or a little bit upset about the things he heard from this from Sarai, this exalted. He's a little broody.
Poofy, you heard their tale, right? 5 people sacrificed themselves to beat this evil, but all it does is hinder it for 100 years.
And they do this every 100 years?
I don't know, I assume. Why would they do that?
No. Doesn't sound like a solution to me.
I'm gonna be also chilling under the awning out of the weather, but mostly kind of just listening to this conversation right now.
Lorik's kind of like tapping his talons along the edge of his beak to get that sort of sound as he's thinking.
Here. 5 lives to postpone an evil. Why not just stop it?
I mean, what if it's the same 5 lives? Like, what if it's just them over and over and over again?
Then that's not fair for them.
No. But, I mean, they're the ones who took it upon themselves to stop this person.
And what if it's not the same?
What do you mean?
Well, what if it's us, or specifically, you God-chosen?
I don't feel like that's right. Otherwise, my God could have just asked me to go do that instead of not involving myself directly and instead helping you guys. I feel like that would kind of defeat the purpose.
Unless helping us leads to the goal of the other ones, perhaps. Gods are mysterious. Last time I heard mine was only a roar.
Well, mine's...
Ever.
a goddess of good fortune, so hopefully that means good fortune for all of you?
Or for the entirety of the world, I suppose. What was it like? Being chosen? Was it sudden? Did you have to climb great mountains of trial? Face insurmountable odds, a tribunal of all those before you, and you found worthy? Was it overnight? An action, a single one? A moment in time?
Well, there was not a tribunal. It was a little more organic, I suppose. And not a single action. No, it took a very long time. It took a very long time helping to improve the fortunes of those around me, of this continent, and beyond. Although, I guess it should be noted, I had chosen Oladra as my sort of patron before I had begun anything, so maybe that played a part. You already have a god that you worship, correct?
Correct.
Then perhaps that god is already watching you to see what you will do.
Well, I don't think I'll be living up to his expectations. I'm told he's insane.
Oh.
Oh, the primordial flame seems to adore me. Oh, well.
I mean, you never know who's watching. The gods don't have, much else going on for them right now.
Not much.
He looks towards the large clouds in the distance.
Well, we don't know if those are caused by gods or just by one very terrible person. I mean, like I said, even I can't involve myself directly, and I am not a god. There's certain limitations.
I think I have a permanent fix for the evil.
What do you suggest?
Evil requires confidence, a certain amount of belief in your own ideals, and the will to push it onto others. Power is important too, but if someone's will is broken beyond repair and they have no confidence in themselves, they are consumed entirely by self-doubt. I doubt they'll be able to recover.
I like where you're going with this.
If we can bind the jaw to its soul, that might last a bit longer than 100 years.
I actually think that is an incredibly good idea.
How to do it? I have been thinking a while about force-feeding it to someone. I know! Oh no, I don't want to sacrifice myself. I was gonna say I'd become something really small and fly right into his mouth, and then turn back to normal.
Isn't it like the size of a fist?
Yeah, but it'll be inside me.
Oh.
I'll have to power through its effects again. God, they were strong. My mind had become clouded more so than these ominous clouds in the distance. It was like walking through a fog that was just all self-hatred. Doubt.
I feel like we might be able to workshop this, but I think that is an excellent idea.
Now let's find a way where I don't have to get eaten by a very powerful creature.
Exactly.
Unless he's as dumb as worms. Wait. What if I become a worm? No. I keep my brain.
Okay, now I think I'm losing you, but I like where you were going with that.
Well-
I think we should definitely give him the jewel.
I open my bag of worms and I point to them.
They're immune to the effects. Look, they're still acting like normal worms.
I just look confusedly at the bag of worms.
I put the gem in there, and when I took it out, they were all still the same. None of them had spun into a spiral and died.
Wait, you touched it again?
No,
He like motions putting on a glove with his hand.
I use protection. They always say wrap up your hand before you play with your jawd.
Okay. Well, that's interesting. All right. Keep that in mind. The bagworm thing.
You, no, never mind.
What?
I was going to ask if you had anything that could break my intelligence so I'm dumber than Worm.
You know, that is an excellent question. I know currently I don't. Let me see. I can inspire you. I can unsettle you. I can... Yeah, see, most of my stuff is support stuff. I can, make you feel more heroic. I can send you messages. I can enhance your abilities. I can... Maybe if I absolutely ruined enhance ability, I could de-hance your intelligence, but I don't know about that.
Maybe I'll just have to leave it to the others once I transform.
Although, how is a worm gonna give? Do you get eaten by him as a worm? How do you feed him a worm?
Fastball it? I don't know. Listen, I'm trying to think it through. It's not easy.
Bartleby looks at his throwing arm.
I mean, maybe I could dimension door you into his stomach? How big is a dimension door? Could I make it a small door? Could I make it Isildur and just yeet you on through?
About this time, like you hear a loud slam on nearby wood from Poofy's fist.
It's not right.
That man has to die because I feel like that's what you've been brooding over.
Leto, why'd you choose to take or be an exalted?
I'm sorry, why did I choose to take or be an exalted?
Why'd you choose to be an exalted?
I mean, it just sort of happened.
But you accepted it, right?
I mean, in that exact moment, I didn't choose to kill myself, so in that regard, yes?
Poofy kind of looks away. And then looks back at her.
I don't understand how someone with so much power, who was supposed to be here to protect this entire farm, can't even and won't even protect their own friend.
I'm confused with your meaning.
Poofy just seems really angry.
But whose friend are you talking about?
Sarai,
Okay, but whose friend is she not protecting?
the old elf.
But she did seem very protective of him, though.
She sent him with us to die.
No, he is very old. I believe he would die regardless of whether he went with us or not.
That's not what she said.
I mean, they don't live forever.
I just don't understand. That's not what friends do. I don't get it. Why you'd have all that power and can't even protect your own friend. I'll never choose to be an exalted. I'll never accept it.
In some ways, that is a lot easier because then you can meddle with things directly.
I won't let the elf ride on the ship with us unless he means it. Unless he sails to live, not sails to die.
Okay, that sounds like a valid conversation to have with him.
And that goes for all of us.
I mean, I definitely don't plan on dying.
I don't care what decision you make, as long as when you set sail on the ship, it's sailing to live. For something. Not to go die.
Well, if I die, my fragment of the primordial flame would be forever lost to the ethers of the cosmos. So, I suppose I don't really have an option other than to live. That's why I do my best.
I mean that you should be sailing to see the world, to live life, for dreams, for hope, for friends, to fight for something. Not because...
Isn't that what the elf is doing?
No.
He's sailing to help us and give us as much support and knowledge and things as possible.
No. For hundreds,
that's
maybe
kind of
thousands of
gist I
years,
got.
they've chosen easy way out. How many times have they had to sacrifice time and time again because they don't have a real answer or because they weren't willing to fight? How many more people have to die? How many more exalted have to send their friends to die?
I'm gonna look over to Sarai and Istad and see kind of what they're making of this conversation, if they're overhearing anything. Because I have no idea if that is a common occurrence or not.
They're off to the side, so like y'all are down on the docks by the ship or on the ship, and they're kind of they kind of stepped away from where y'all were at to have a private conversation after the ongoings that just happened. So they're not listening right now to y'all.
I mean, I kind of feel like that's making a lot of assumptions when we don't really seem to have a lot of information. But what do I know?
Poofy kind of looks around.
Well, maybe you should have, I don't know, a bit more empathy for us who don't have a god that can assure us that our sacrifice isn't what's needed. A good chunk of us are trying to swallow the fact that maybe our paths are going to end very soon.
Look, I don't think so. And nor would I agree to that.
Poovy kind of looks around at his different friends.
I don't mean any disrespect. But my kind lives for hundreds and hundreds of years. If I'm lucky, this won't be the first or the last time if things continue. Means that my people have lived and seen or heard through multiple times something like this has happened. If it occurs every 100 years.
I mean, do you remember any stories, or might they have any information about this?
I'm not very old for an Ursian. I'm still very young. I haven't seen much. But to be fair, dark tales like these aren't told to Ursian young. Stories of choosing to sacrifice blood over and over again just to keep an evil thing at bay.
Again, we don't know what's being sacrificed. We're kind of just making assumptions here.
She said she sent her friend to die.
Yeah, she did do that, yeah.
All right. I mean, I don't think he's going to sacrifice himself, but
Yeah, he can have my spot if he wants.
I mean, I'm kind of just looking at him. He kind of looks like he could just, accidentally die in his bunk while we're sleeping.
You know, that gives me an idea.
What?
We summon our fairy friend to fight him to the death. They're both
Wait,
very old.
so
and
you
they both speak Elvish.
Straight up murder the old man instead of letting him die nobly, pursuing something he believes to have value and worth?
Or the old man rises as a hero who killed a dragon.
Yeah, it's true.
I mean, that's kind of rude to Puck, though.
Man, Puck.
Why? He was cool.
Of all the people that want to kill the man that knows a lot, that has tons of questions, Bartleby?
I think it'd be interesting, but no, seriously, if you think about it, we let Aegon out of the compass, and then we put the old man on the compass. He'll be safe there, and we can ask him questions whenever we want.
What if Aegon is the evil trying to get out of the compass every 100 years?
I think he's doing a pretty good job spreading it from where he is.
I'm pretty sure he's not, but,
Me either, but I don't know.
What if he's one of the fire?
Wait, no, because, well, how long has he been in there? 'Cause if it's
Maybe this
more
is his purgatory.
If it's more than 100 years, then...
Well, no, he says it happens every 100 years for 2,400
Yeah,
years.
I mean, somebody has to release him every 100 years.
As y'all are having this conversation, Sarai and Iston start walking back towards y'all. They just kind of stop and watch, see what y'all are talking about, trying to rejoin.
He stops mid-sentence and just stares at him.
I guess as they're approaching, Poovy takes his last opportunity.
I meant what I said. The ship won't leave until I know that's true.
kind of leans back again against the awning underneath some of the cover.
All right, I'm gonna just kind of throw that to you. Stan, do you know who Aegon is, or was, or why he's trapped in perhaps a magical object?
You assist in this?
Uh-huh.
Justin just kind of looks at you and he's like, I've heard of him. I've read of him. He's one of the ones that created the portal, supposedly. They knew him as an architect. What I've read is that he was a powerful architect and he could wheel things with magic and arcana. Wheel things, almost create and alter matter to make objects, such as a house behind you or the boat, that he'd be able to, with his arcana, create it out of nothing. Why he's trapped in a compass, I imagine, is because of his knowledge about the portal, perhaps. I don't know. People thirst for knowledge. I've thirsted for knowledge my whole life. I've dedicated my life to it. To study, to learn. I'm sure people want him for his knowledge. It would be a very valuable artifact indeed.
You think he's evil?
I don't know.
If we were, say, to find a magical artifact that contained him inside, what would you suggest? Release him or not release him?
I have not read anything of any evil actions of one named Aegon, nor have I really read anything besides that he was one of the creators of the portal. I don't have an opinion on whether or not you should release him or not.
I just look at the rest of the party and kind of shrug like, mm.
If I had
why
years
not?
left, I would very much like to sit with him and talk.
I mean, so that would be like a life purpose, right? Sitting and chatting with Aegon. What if, we all went for a nice ride on the ship and you could chat with Aegon?
He
I
looks
look at
up.
Poofy specifically at that one.
As you say that, he looks up at the approaching weather. I don't think any ride on a ship is going to be nice. He just states it very matter-of-factly.
Okay, well, aside from the physical ride of the ship, would that be something you might enjoy conversing with Aegon?
Yes.
Okay, good to know. Good to know. Yeah, I just look at the rest of the group like, I don't know what you guys want to do here, but yeah.
Poofy pulls out the portal device that was given to him by Titan, and he tosses it over towards the old man's direction for him to catch.
Okay.
The old man is immediately teleported.
He catches it, and he looks it over.
What do you know about something like this?
It's Warforged technology. Intricate in its design, simple in its purpose. Where did you get it?
Warforged named Titan.
You met a Warforged?
Poofy nods.
Did you go to the Orcish lands?
I stood face to face with the portal, as did all my friends here.
You've been to the portal, yes.
Poofy nods.
So I believe.
He sits there for a minute, his eyes perk up. One of the books there?
Yes. Yes, the books were there.
Did you get them? I want to see them.
I look over at Lork and Bartleby.
Which book in particular?
All of them. I've heard there are books there that contain great knowledge.
Yeah, I've got one. It's mine, though.
Would you allow me to read it?
You know, it depends. You know, if you...
What do you
Sorry,
want
I
to
was
know?
digesting something. Yeah, if you tell me stuff later on. But yeah, you can read it, I guess. I've pretty much read through it so far, so...
Which one is
shall I
it?
Take out the human lineage book.
Kind of, his eyes get kind of big.
It's very opinionated.
Does it tell of Zarus
Yeah, quite a bit.
and his sons?
Yeah, sorta.
I'd very like to know if what I've read is true, if it corroborates.
I think you're looking for the word collaborates, but yeah.
No, corroborates.
What? I can't understand your Elvish accent there. What word are you trying to say?
Is that corroborate?
Yes,
Oh,
Okay, yeah. Kidding,
corroborates.
yeah.
You know, support what I've already read. What I already might know to be true.
Yeah, you can read it, but it's got to be made, below deck, away from water.
Of course.
Yeah.
What else do y'all have? Did y'all get the other ones?
Sorta. Bartleby looks at Lork.
I managed to take a book, but it is bound by a magical lock far greater than anyone could remove.
He hears you say that, and he kind of reaches up and he touches his face where the scars are across, and I've felt plenty of pain from unlocking bounded tomes. These scars are from unlocking knowledge or breaking arcana on tomes. It is not easy, and it has cost me a lot. I've lost years to gain just a little knowledge here and there. Most of them are cursed or cause some sort of harm when you break them.
All right.
He'll reach back and pull out the tome with all the fucking wrappings around it and the chain.
When we're on the ship, I'll do what I can to unloose it.
Very well, but I want to know what's in it first.
It is yours. I will not take it. I just want to study it.
Lork nod.
Fine.
And what of the other ones?
They were taking away when we grabbed the first one.
They were what?
They sank into the wood of the table.
Oh. Fine. What do you want to do with this device you gave me?
I wanted to know everything you knew about it. And if you knew about a warforged named Titan.
He flips a few of the knobs on the device, changing the symbols around. And he pushes the button, and a portal opens in front of you, small. And he points towards it. Aslaria. That would take me back home. He pushes the button again and it closes. Tosses it back to you. It's a means of travel. Simple in function. I don't know Titan. Who was he to you? What did he do?
Kind of holds up the portable device in front of him.
A warforged named Titan appeared when we spoke the name Aegon in the middle of the forest just north of here. From there, he used this device to take us to the portal. And that's where we all stood face to face with the portal. And from what we possibly believe, he gave his life to occultists that were coming and attacking upon our arrival, and maybe held them off, all in hopes that we would never release Aegon from this compass.
He fought the cultist. His eyes he kind of, you can tell he's like deep in thought as he kind of asked the question.
The Warforged Titan did.
There is a war going on, I guess, between cultists and those that are out to stop them. There are groups, guilds, etc. to fight them. To stop them from whatever they're trying to do at the portal. Perhaps Titan was one of them.
And if he did, for some reason, give his life so we could get away with this device, in hopes that we would have either thrown the compass through the portal, or simply never let Aegon free. I still don't know what to make of it.
That's a noisy compass you have.
It's got a broken dial.
It sounds like he wants to protect whatever knowledge Aegon may have. That would be my educated guess.
Someone from one of these guilds? That would be their goal.
That would be the cultist's goal, to garner the knowledge that Aegon would have. I know they want to know everything, but not just to know it. They want to know it to use it. Knowledge can be very powerful in the right hands and very dangerous in the wrong.
Did you know Aegon was an exalted?
I've read this, yes. I haven't read much about the type of person he was. Only that he was a great architect. And what people believed his powers to be.
I asked Aegon what was on the other side of the portal.
And
He said what is on the other side of the portal is unknown. Our goal was to create a chance at undoing the wrongs of our ancestors. What do you think he means?
everybody wants to change the past. It can mean a lot of things. I guess it's difficult to know exactly what he'd mean. Is your purpose in the question to know what's on the other side? Or is your purpose to know what their purpose was to create it?
I want to know why someone I just met would potentially put their life on the line or die to make sure this guy never got free. And gave us that device. And didn't you say he can help us freely travel anywhere?
Not anywhere. The device has to be configured. The places I assumed it was configured to send me home if I wanted it to. And it was. So this Titan that had that device has probably configured it to many places.
Wait, could we use this device to travel straight to the capital city?
In
Just kind of,
theory,
bamf in there? I'll surprise you, surprise?
in theory,
Or sneaky sneak?
I don't know where it necessarily takes you. Normally, most people configure it to the outside of towns, not in the middle of them, as that would be dangerous.
Okay, fine. I guess in that regard, we could get into the capital city and then use it to make a sudden escape.
Perhaps. He, someone gave their life to keep whatever Aegon knows, or whoever Aegon is, and the compass. If he gave his life, and it was most certainly so that the cultists couldn't have him, have that knowledge, proceed with whatever their plans are, I know not.
So Aegon is being punished because he sought out knowledge. Now he must be trapped in there to protect the world from evil people having his knowledge.
Yeah, they sort of messed up, I tell you.
The more you know about this world, the more grim the horizons look.
Barnaby's gonna look for a poofy. You let Aegon out right now, damn it.
Understand, if you release such knowledge and it falls into the hands that it was not supposed to fall into, then you wear that weight.
Yeah, but is it fair for one person to be trapped for all of eternity just because they pursued knowledge?
Was it fair that 4 people had to sacrifice themselves to their sister to save this continent?
No, and we're actively trying to rectify that now.
Yeah, also the fact that they have to do it once every 100 years kind of feels like they didn't think out that plan very well.
It is their purpose, I guess. So the legend says.
I mean, maybe it's our purpose to stop all of this from happening.
Perhaps. But what if you misinterpret your purpose?
Look, we could be misinterpreting literally everything in every capacity right now.
Yeah, maybe this 100 years thing is actually his design.
Kind of just a risk we're taking.
You said the evil guy's building an army, right? What if every 100 years he gets more powerful and their souls are waning? There's a lot of what ifs.
What were you tasked to do?
Return an artifact to the king?
I only came here to fix my wing.
Kind of thinks for a moment.
Yeah, I low-key just want to leave this continent.
I mean, I want to complete what I started, return the jewel, and then leave the continent.
Do you think the other continents are better? Have it figured out?
Definitely no.
Do you think
But it
my
would be
people
fun
have
to explore.
it figured out?
I mean, no one has it figured out. No one has anything figured out, but that's kind of the beauty of life.
Humans were young. The gods took to them. The gods saw them as a new toy. A new race. Smart like elves. Crafty like gnomes. Hearty like dwarves. And yet they loved fighting and war like orcs. They were a little bit of everything. And the gods loved them. and fought over them. They covet them still. But nowhere is better or worse than here. I would stick to whatever your current agenda is and not try to overthink.
All right. So then, yeah, I mean, I don't know what you guys are thinking, but I would still like to return the jewel and then see where we want to go from there. But ultimately, I'm following you, although returning the jewel is my current mission.
He just kind of looks at y'all. I'm trying to gauge and read y'all's faces on what you're trying to decide.
You know, the gods used to like my race too. Then they stopped.
And why did they stop?
I imagine we kind of grew old as toys. You know, the Eri were one of the original races. At least the ones that we find the furthest back. Them, those lizards, and the other one.
Yeah. The gods are fickle. That is why I choose to serve none. And while I will never be more than who I am.
Well, Poofy. What do you intend to do?
He turns to the old elf.
Have you made up your mind?
What do you mean?
About what I said. If you sail with us, you're welcome. But you sail to live.
I saw for myself. And for my quest to know more. And I guess that in and of itself is living. Is it not?
No. No.
I would rather
Because
sail
when
than
you
learn.
get on a ship, you're part of a crew. Which means you sail together for each other. Because no matter what happens when we're out at sea, if it goes down, we all go down. Together. Or we all sail together. If you sail with us, you can quest for knowledge, but you don't sail for yourself. That's the deal.
He kind of thinks for a minute. You're asking me to sell to live. My version of living is learning, growing, expanding what I know. If I'm not selling for that, then I'm selling to die, period. I am there to help you, to teach us whatever I can. But I would rather sail with you than finish the remainder of my days here. I don't have many left.
Poopy smiles.
Good enough for me. What took you so long? We got a whole journey to go on here. And hey, I don't know about you, but my days are just getting started. And I'm not gonna start it off watching some evil, who knows what, kill more people every 100 years. Maybe old Exalted's got a plan, but there's no way I'm letting that thing live if Poofy gets a shot.
You're saying you want to fight
everybody
Vale.
else. We're gonna make sure this is the last time you ever see this guy.
And how do you suppose you're gonna do that?
You know,
Poopy's-
probably kill him.
Poopy smiles.
I don't know yet, but I got a plan.
And you want to take that ship. He points to it, and as he kind of points to it, there's several people still trying to fix it, and they're attaching the mast, still working on it, trying to get it all hammered in. And as you kind of turn when he says, and you want to take that ship, the mast just kind of falls out of the reach, and the rope slip from the people trying to fix it, and it falls over again. Don't worry, we're on it.
Poopy
I
kind of
mean, I guess we don't have to take that ship.
with a
But-
big chuckle. Big chuckle.
Well, it's not my ship, but yeah, we were thinking about using it. Well, that or this portal device, I guess.
Yeah. You could see if it's a tune. I'll need to grab something. He kind of bows his head like, I'll be back. And he goes and turns his back and starts to walk away. Sarai stays behind. I'm sorry I got angry.
No, I think you were well within your right to be angry that your elderly friend got assaulted. I think maybe there was some misunderstanding there.
I forget some of your customs are different.
I don't know if that was a custom or just a misjudgment. And she looks at Poofy when she says that, like, maybe you also want to apologize. But what do I know?
Maybe just kind of lets out a sly grin and squints his eyes and scratches the back of his head.
Yeah. Right. He looks stronger than I guess he is. I wanted to fight him. And, well, I thought I was on the same page with Lorik. I'm getting pretty good at the sneak attacks.
He's not a fighter. He's been with me for many years.
Yeah, he's a fighter. Just not the...
Poofy kind of punches the air.
with your fist kind.
No, he's definitely just... He knows a lot. And that there is plenty of fight, I guess, yes. Hopefully he'll help you. I yearn for my friend to find his purpose. Beyond just learning. I yearn for him to find people that can help him grow in his last year. That is what I hope for him. You misunderstand if you think I just want to send him to die. That is not what is happening.
Right. So, how does everybody feel about heading out on an adventure?
I still want to free Aegon.
Yeah, same.
You
I
should.
mean,
Sarah chimes in.
yeah, I'm definitely with you on that. Is anyone opposed to freeing Aegon?
Poofy.
Sorry, what'd you say?
And I said, is anyone even opposed to freeing Aegon? And Bartleby responded that Poofy was opposed to freeing Aegon. Poofy, do you not want to meet Aegon?
Then what are you doing?
He says directly to Sarai.
Wait, did you miss that entire conversation?
No.
Okay.
He heard you.
Okay. He's just ignoring
But
me.
he was still caught up on
Okay.
her saying to him about the...
She turns to you and knows exactly what you're thinking about it. He doesn't have long left. He will die, whether he stays here or goes with you. I want him to go with you, to help you, and to help himself. He has been given to learning and knowledge for so long that he has forsaken companionship and growth. I mean, you heard him. He hates the gods. Perhaps if he does something that helps, then perhaps the gods will smile upon him, even through his ire. And I hope he finds that. And I hope the gods smile on him. I don't know if you've noticed, but I'm not much fun for good company.
Whatever could you mean by that?
He just looks at Lena.
Look, I'll come back and visit, alright? And maybe we'll take a trip over, to those Orklands. See what's going on there. Send you a postcard.
I would like that.
Bartleby's gonna slowly, stealthily lean over towards Iston and just whisper in Elvish, "Hey, do you want to come to a super soft birthday party?"
Iston walked off a bit ago, by the way.
Fuck, I thought I was still here.
No, he walked away. He said he needed to go grab something.
Yeah, and Sarah, I stayed here.
I'll tell it to him when he gets back.
You said a super birthday party?
Super soft.
birthday party.
A super soft birthday party?
Yes.
Yeah, and he's gonna say that in Elvish and just whisper
What?
in his ear.
You better plan to supply a unicorn. That's all I'm saying.
Furry dragon will have to do.
And why did you say that you think we should free Aegon?
Because he's one of what I consider my people. He's an exalted.
Are there good and bad exalted?
Yes. There are good and bad gods.
And what if he was one of the bad ones?
And like I said, you could find a way, I'm sure, to put him back. Or you will have unleashed an evil. But at least you weren't being ignorant and keeping someone trapped.
Find a way to put him back. Or unleash an evil. Just like you found a way to keep this evil at bay every 100 years.
I am not sure of how or what keeps back the evil. I only know that every 100 years or so, this happens. And then I know after a few days it's gone and everything's back to normal. I know not what takes place. Only what Niston has told you of the stories.
I didn't realize it was only going to take a couple days. I'm kind of antsy to get going. I want to get back to the capital.
It varies. Sometimes it's a few days, sometimes it's a week. I don't know. I've only been through a few of them.
I mean, is no one else kind of curious? 'Cause
I'm just staring at Poofy.
Curious about what, Lena?
about everything going down to the super ominous black clouds and how we might actually be able to stop it. I'm kind of curious to see what's going on.
He smiles.
In the
Of
capital
course
city.
I'm curious.
I don't like that we keep changing subject. Just free him.
Yeah, I'd like that too. That'd be cool.
Yeah, I'm also on the free him page.
He's innocent.
We don't know that, but I think it's not fair at this point to have somebody trapped in there forever without at least like a, a say. I mean, what if it was me? What if I was just trapped in there? Like forever. I would like it if somebody let me out. I would hope someone would take that chance. But then I'm also not evil, so what do I know?
Yeah, well, it's up to Poofy.
Of course, I'm curious. I still gotta deliver these pink mushrooms, and that's what we might be using the portal for. That ship won't get us there. We're definitely gonna find out. And stop whatever this 100-year nonsense is. Like I said, I got a plan.
So you're keeping him trapped then?
I gave you my word. You can always count on me.
Poofy smiles.
Wait,
I
You're
mean-
literally keeping him trapped for the sacrifice of a man who nearly abducted us in the woods. What if he was the evil one? Evil people also make sacrifices.
Poofy walks over to Lorik and puts a paw on his shoulder.
I told you. I gave you my word. You can count on me. I said I had to talk to Lita first. And when we set sail, we'll sail as free pirates. All of us.
I'm confused as to what that has to do with me and or the current situation. Also, I am not being a pirate. But I will sail with you.
Poofy kind of grins.
Well, maybe sailing. It seems like it's taking a little bit and they're having some trouble. We'll see what old Elfie says about the portal. But I'm sure we'll get a ship if we had saved the entire continent and maybe even the world from hundreds of years of oppression.
I mean, you'll definitely get a ship even if you just take the jewel back to the capital. But maybe you'll get a bigger ship.
Yeah. About that.
What?
Lorik, you still got that jewel?
Yes,
The Jod?
yes.
Well, let's just say for this plan, we're gonna need it.
Okay. So what is the plan, or what are we doing from here?
We're gonna see if that portal works, and we're gonna take everybody, and we're gonna go to the cloud. Return to Jod. Well,
Well,
try to. and then stop whatever this evil is that's been killing people for hundreds of years.
Do you even know how to calibrate that portal? He said it was Warframe technology. What if you need to, I don't know, metal interface with it?
I'm hoping that's where he's headed.
He's human or elven.
Sarah, I can
I don't
imagine.
know.
He has
A bear
books
can
on a lot of
dream.
things. You never know. He has a vast library. The temple is more for him than me. Either way,
Alright.
my people will continue to work on the ship. Like I said, it should be ready by the morning, hopefully.
I mean, do we want to move this party inside to the tavern? Since I guess we're not going anywhere today. Maybe warm up, have some drinks, have some chats.
Well,
I was hoping the old elf guy would come back.
let's
mean,
wait
we're
on
not-
him and see, I guess.
We're not going anywhere. He's not going anywhere.
The storm isn't going away. That means we're not sailing at all then, right?
Yeah.
It would be dangerous, I'm sure.
So that means he's not freeing him until we've already solved this entire issue.
Pretty much. I mean, we literally could just like get on the road and start going like right now. We could be walking and talking.
Yeah.
Does he make decisions for all of you?
Who?
Poofy.
No, we
Why
just
does he control the fate of
want to be all
Aegon?
on the same page. Well, he's currently holding the item and, not going to wrestle it from him.
Yeah, Aegon's his slave, not mine.
I mean, so long as he does actually, release him.
I think whatever you do should be careful.
Well, yeah, that's kind of a given with the whole climate of this continent.
He kind of looks up. The part of the sky that
Pun
wasn't
intended.
necessarily like turning dark was still like a dark blood red almost. Yeah. What else are y'all about? He wants to be the king of pirates. What do the other ones want? She kind of looks to Lorik and Bartleby.
Not at you first. Okay, fine, be that way. I just want to get off this continent. I don't care about this continent. So far, what I've learned is they've done me wrong. So, I'll be getting off this continent. That'll be that.
How have you been done wrong?
That's none of your business.
Very well. So you're running away.
No. Tactically leaving.
Courageous, I see.
Well, yeah. I don't want to be here, so why should I be here? there you go. There you have it. That's the whole story. That's all she wrote, really.
Right. And you, Thoric?
What about me?
What do you desire? What do you want?
I want my wing to be fixed.
And what? If it becomes fixed, then what? Does that make you whole again?
In a literal sense, yes.
But on the inside?
Good start.
The wing isn't what makes you who you are. You shouldn't let it define you. That's all she says, kind of, as she turns. She looks up the hill, kind of towards the tavern, and you see Iston walking back down with a book in his hand, and he gets back down to y'all, and he's kind of a little bit out of breath and tired. I found it. I have a book. In here. This book, it has some notes on that device. On Warforged technology, yes. And I think I could get us to the capital.
Oh my god, yes. Progress, please.
I knew it.
Let's go.
I was
I'm
hoping
ready.
you'd pull through. See, I told you guys. It's time to set sail.
Through a portal. Not on a
Oh
ship.
yeah.
What a... Let me see that device, he asks as he reaches out his hand towards you.
Poopy tosses it to him.
He would go ahead and catch it. And he'd start fiddling with it for a bit. Now, I don't know exactly where these coordinates lead. But they should get us close to the capital. It's marked as Elder Gate here. So it should get us somewhat close. Once we're there, be aware that whatever phenomenon is taking place, it is probably worse there.
Yeah.
Mita kind of stretches a bit and she's like, I'm ready.
Okay, well, just be aware. It could get bad. I'm not sure. Not sure where it's going to drop us. I don't know where this was configured to, but we will see. And he fiddles with it, and he's like, I'm going with you, all right?
Yeah, yes.
Poopy nods.
Okay. What
As long as you remember our deal.
in case we get separated and in case this doesn't work, right? Where what exactly are we going to do first when we get there?
Well, before we go, I got one thing I gotta do. And maybe I should try and fill you in on my plan. Because
Okay.
when we go, we're gonna take this thing out once and for good.
What thing?
Whatever this thing is that keeps having you sacrifice people every 100 years.
I've never sacrificed anyone. What do you mean you?
Well, you know. The continent.
That is, I mean, it's unsure what happens, or no one has ever really written down the process or anything. This is a learning experience for all of us.
And don't blink for a second, because it's gonna be the last one you ever see.
And he continues fiddling for a few seconds. Yeah. You saying that kind of turns him somber. I suppose it will be one of my last ones, if my last one, period.
Peavy kind of laughs.
Not like that. It's because it's never gonna happen again. I told you. I've only got a few years in me. I'm still young, and there's no way I'm starting off like this.
You're awfully optimistic, cuz, I mean, for 2,500 years, people haven't found supposedly the way to end this.
How come you're so willing to help the 5 people who willingly sacrificed themselves, but not the person trapped? Not of their design.
Peavy turns to you, turns to Lurk,
Writing.
gives him a wink, and says,
I told you. We're all setting sail free together.
He's never letting him out, is he?
No, he's not.
Yeah, he's never gonna do it.
he pulls out,
Poopy's not a good guy.
he pulls out the soul compass. Is the portal up?
Not yet. He's still messing with the device, trying to get it calculated right as he's
Okay.
kind of fumbling through the pages, and the wind keeps messing up his pages, and so he's getting kind of frustrated as he's trying to figure it out and get it all right.
He pulls out the soul compass.
Before we step through that portal, I'm gonna ask Aegon the final question.
Actually, if I can interject, I think you should ask him that final question after we've already gone through the portal. And when he comes out, we can be like, hey, look, shit's going down. You could probably help us. And then he's already in the situation instead of being like, hey, we're going to go do this portal. And then he could be like, nope.
Well,
But what
that's
if we...
assuming he's a good guy. I
Yeah,
haven't
but
got
how
that
much
far.
more bad could it get?
That's why before we went in, I'm gonna summon and say the last thing to Aegon. Ask him my final question. And then Lorik's gonna be waiting in the wings with the Jod. If Aegon, for some reason, does anything crazy, we jot him.
I mean, yeah, sure. I'm down. Yes. You can see Lita's practically like bouncing, like she's ready to do something.
You think you can do that, Lorik?
Just gives a thumbs up.
So you're going to give Aegon the Jod?
Only if he's evil.
And that'll work.
Who knows? That's the beauty of it.
Okay. I suppose what could go wrong, right?
Well, if he's evil, at least we've got him jotted. If he's not evil, then we ask him for help in return for freeing him. Then we've got 2 exalted on our side versus whatever the hell this thing is, which is probably a lot more than anyone's ever had in the past. And of course, the king of the pirates.
I got it. And he punches in the last symbol on the device and smashes the button, and in front of you opens a portal. Small enough for you to walk through, about 10 feet tall or so. That's it. I think that's it.
Hey guys,
rest of the crew.
hang on. If everybody gets lost, meet at my house.
Shit, do we remember where Lita's house is?
I don't.
Just ask.
It's where
Just
that,
ask.
the orc went to get that potted plant.
Okay.
What?
Get split up.
Right?
What?
Didn't she get a plant from you?
No.
Well,
What?
then we're
What?
meeting at a different house.
What?
That's where she was going to bury the plant there, but she realized she could keep it.
She intended to plant it at your house.
Who's planting what at my house?
You're the one now remembering this. The orc. She had a weird plant she talked about, and she was gonna plant it at your house.
The shrub.
Oh, the shrub. Oh my god. Okay. Yeah. If you guys get lost, just search for or ask a guard or somebody for Tolverino. If you get lost, meet up at my house.
Are they not gonna be in a state of absolute panic?
I'm not sure how long I can keep this open.
Okay, let's go. Bye.
Okay.
Bartleby jumps through.
No
Yeah, Lita
thing.
fucking runs.
I thought y'all were going to release that guy first.
Just the Poofy, we don't need them. Do it. I promised you, Poofy, I would fight. Just do it.
Bartleby stops right before going through.
Nope.
Looks back. Wait.
We're supposed to do it on the other side of the portal.
No, we agreed this side with the
Why?
here.
Are you guys ready?
Bartleby's fingers through the portal.
Are you ready?
Go on, do it, Poofy. Do it.
Okay. I guess it's time to set sail.
Poofy pulls out the soul compass.
We're not sailing, are we? We're just going to go through the portal? He's just so confused by
What
Poofy.
are we?
Poofy pulls out the soul compass, lifts it up, and asks,
Hey, Aegon. Wanna be a pirate?
The compass kind of glows and does its normal chew that you kind of always know or about it as you ask him if he wants to be a pirate. The response you hear is, as long as it gets me out of this compass. And it just, you hear that like in your head basically. And then the compass goes dim.
Well, that was anticlimactic.
He's invisible. Poofy. What did he say?
He said as long as it gets me out of this compass.
Did it not work?
I don't know.
Ask him something else.
I've already asked all 6 questions.
But I don't see him. Is he invisible? Ask again.
I'm kind of all out of questions. I thought it would be kind of cool if I asked him if he wanted to be a pirate on his last question.
Well, ask him, are you still there?
No, I kind of like the ending with the pirate one.
Nothing happened.
Yeah, well, now we know.
Maybe you're supposed to do something with it. There, I suggest.
How many?
I'm gonna reach towards my eyes and cast detect magic and look at the compass.
You would still see an aura of magic about it, but it'd be very dull.
Yeah. I don't. Try breaking it. break the glass.
Huh? No way. I love this compass.
I will buy you another one.
No deal. Sentimental value.
Poofy, please.
To remind
He-
you, you were told to that you would have to ask the last question and then break the compass.
Poofy, he agreed to become one of us. Remember, he can only answer honestly.
Well, it's nice.
Poofy.
I like this one.
Poofy.
You know, I'm not gonna get blue. I'm not gonna get blue robes over this. And Bartleby goes through the portal.
Poofy.
Fine.
And Poopy kind of mad that he's got to break the damn compass, refuses to see it actually break, throws it through the portal, and then steps through himself.
I run after it.
No!
Do I get fucking hit on the other side since I walked through that fucking thing?
All right, so
And we're just Bartleby collide with me.
Iston turns to Sarai, for those that are still on this side of the portal,
Nope.
and embraces her one last time and says his farewells. Farewell, Sarai. You'll see him again one day.
I bet he has so
sure of
many
it.
regrets.
And he steps through the portal. Is there anyone still on this side?
No, I ran in after he threw the thing. I was like, "What have you done?" I run in.
So each of you, as you step through the portal, you feel a rush. Kind of like you did the first time you went through one of these portals. A little bit of change of pace. And you find yourself on the other side. You find yourself now in the capital city. Not just anywhere in the capital city, but surrounded by guards. And on the other side, you see the Iston. Bartleby, who was first, would have seen all this. Probably even got half a sentence in or so with those around him. But the weather is bad. The sky is dark and black. The rain is falling heavy. The storm is intense.
Where's the compass?
The compass is laying on the ground, shattered. And over the compass is standing an individual.
What does he look like?
A very small individual
He's a gnome.
who is very short.
We got gnomes.
And we bring in our guest star of the night, Ivan, to voice the.
There stands Aegon. At his place, a tiny little gnome.
Dad.
I'd like to picture the gnome is sitting on Poofy's shoulder.
Not yet. He's on the ground as you threw him through the compass. And as the compass hit the ground and shattered, he was released. And his soul found his way back. And he was able to manifest again into his form. And there he was, just standing there, surrounded by the guards as well. Pretty confused, I imagine, with everything going on. But the castle, it was dark. And there was guards all around you, and the ground behind you. You would see that it was not normal. It had been as if an earthquake had happened and it had been split. And the chasm was pretty bad. And you would see kind of beyond the castle lightning and thunder, specifically over a lake, as a giant tornado of sorts came out of the lake. And it would be loud. The thunder would be loud. It would be hard to talk. The wind would be heavy. Standing itself would take energy, and strength to be able to not be blown over by the wind.
Dear God, it's the perfect storm.
And one of the guards steps forwards and he kind of asks y'all, "Who are you all and why are you here?"
I will step forward at this point and show my crest. But not the Tolverino crest, but the king's crest.
Simultaneously, my
And,
name is Wafer, and he says his line.
But like, it's Lita. We're back from our mission. Where's Magistrate Phillips? Phillips?
We've been waiting, y'all.
What?
He motions to one of the guards. Make sure they're not demons. And with that, we end this session.
Demons?
Oh my
Ooh.
god, dude.
Aegon's finally free. It's the good timeline. The good.
He's beautiful.
He's a noob!
If that's his voice, I'm immediately asking him.
He's a great
take a
architect!
blindside punch from a big bullet.
We're gonna gank him like Ivan, dude.
And y'all are at the Capitol now. Quite insane. But yeah, that does it for tonight's session. We will pick it
Oh
up
my
tomorrow,
goodness.
or next week, I should say, here.
Oh my god, what an episode, dude.
There was a lot jam-packed into that.
And we left behind the Mantis Johnson.
The who?
Oh my god. The ship.
That's
the name.
I forgot you named it that.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's back there. I mean, maybe you can go back and get it. Should time allow.
Sure.
At some point. If you don't all die, that is. Tragic, horrible deaths.
I did tell you get to name the first ship, so when we get a ship, if we make it out of this alive, you get to name it.
I have ideas.
But yeah.
Holy crap, man.
So that does it for tonight's episode. Thank you all for tuning in. Thanks for participating in
Back
it.
where it all started, dude.
Thank you.
That was an
for-
RP
oh my
packed
God.
episode with a lot of
Crafting.
lore.
Yeah, I took so many notes. Like I have an entire word page
I didn't
full
even.
of notes.
Some of it was dropped to individual players. They kind of know a little bit, but yeah. They'll share it maybe.
Shout out to you, dude. That was an amazing episode. A lot of fun, dude. A lot of fun.
Hell yeah.
Super
Hell yeah.
good.
Well, that's going to do it for tonight then. Make sure you give all these wonderful people a follow on their Twitches. Everybody, Gooch TV, the Gooch TV, Hoop, Literal Bear, Urban Elf. Give them all some love. Show them that love. Show them that appreciation. They're fantastic role players and fantastic players, and I'm honored to have them all here to be a part of this and this journey. It was crazy, man. Y'all had me worried that y'all were going to do some insane things tonight. Holy cow, some of the things y'all were alluding to. I was like, okay, how am I going to account for this?
What, force feeding the giant? Our ultimate weapon, our trump.
I'm excited to see what y'all try and do. It's going to be an amazing 13th finale episode, by the way, next week, for everybody not wondering.
Yeah.
Next week will be the finale to whatever arc this little bitty arc is, and we will discover it all together next Sunday at approximately 6 p.m. CST.
Be there. You don't want to miss it.
We will see you
There
then.
was a lot of alluding in this freaking episode, dude.
Holy cow, it was.
You do not want to miss this finale, Chad. Be there. Come support us. Hang out with us. We'd love to have you for this ending of a wild ride put on by Zeus.
And draw some damn art.
We may or may not try to force feed people worms.
Yeah, you never
We'll
know
see.
how we're
Or
gonna-
make someone as dumb as a worm.
This boss fight could go anyway.
It could. We'll see you next week,
can't
Jay.
Can't wait to do nothing during it because I eat the John.